Dear chosen ones, have you ever felt the weight of unseen eyes lingering on you, as if people are inexplicably drawn to your presence without you uttering a single word? Perhaps you've noticed how others seem captivated by something they can't quite name, as though an invisible force surrounds you, setting you apart. This isn't just your imagination. It's not about a new hairstyle or an improved wardrobe. Something far more profound is happening, and it's no accident. Comment 777 if you've ever experienced this, and I want to take a moment to sincerely thank those who've supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your encouragement means the world and helps us keep sharing these messages of faith and truth. But let me ask you this: could it be that what's happening to you goes beyond human understanding? The world may try to define it as charisma or natural confidence, yet we know from Scripture that when God's light shines through His chosen ones, it's unmistakable. As Matthew 5:14 reminds us, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." What if this unexplainable radiance is a divine transformation, a sign that God is actively working in your life, using you as a vessel to reflect His glory? Imagine for a moment the conversations happening around you, friends, family, acquaintances, even strangers, trying to figure out what's different about you. They may think it's a new fitness routine, a secret skincare formula, or some worldly success. Yet deep in your heart, you know the truth. This glow, this magnetic pull, is not something you've created. It's the result of God's handiwork, a reflection of His presence within you. He's molding you, preparing you, and wrapping you in an aura that speaks volumes without words. And here's the thing, they don't understand it. How could they? As 1 Samuel 16:7 says, "Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." While they see the surface, they can't comprehend the spiritual transformation happening inside you. Your beauty, your glow, your presence, these are not rooted in anything superficial. They're the outward expression of God refining your spirit, drawing others toward His light through you. So, why does this happen? Why does it seem like the more you align with God's purpose, the more radiant you become? Could it be that God is setting you apart, marking you unmistakably as His own? In a world that often celebrates the superficial, your transformation serves as a reminder that true beauty and attraction come from walking in God's divine purpose. Stay with me as we explore the profound reasons behind this shift. Together, we'll uncover the truth about how God uses this undeniable allure to fulfill His plan for your life. What if this is His way of calling attention to His glory through you? What if this radiance is an invitation for others to seek Him? There's so much to discover about the extraordinary way God is shaping you. Let's dive in and embrace the beauty of being chosen. Are you ready? Let's begin. God's chosen ones. God is making you more attractive, and they don't understand what's happening. They don't understand what's happening. One, your energy radiates a magnetic aura. There is an undeniable power that chosen ones carry, a unique energy that isn't defined by the physical realm. It's a presence that extends far beyond mere appearance, transcending the surface to a deeper frequency. A vibration that others feel instinctively, even if they can't quite put their finger on it. This energy isn't the result of perfectly styled hair or the latest fashion trends. It's far more profound than that. It's the divine spark, a reflection of God's glory that resonates through every word, every movement, and every glance. This divine aura is not something that can be manipulated or crafted. It is a gift from God, one that cannot be imitated no matter how hard others may try. Think about this. In a world that constantly celebrates superficial beauty, And the illusion of perfection. What if the real secret to attractiveness lies in the unseen? As Psalm 139:14 beautifully reminds us, I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well. Is it possible that this aura is part of the masterpiece that God is creating in you? When chosen ones step into any space, the energy shifts before they even speak. It's as though their very presence announces something extraordinary is here. People are drawn to them without understanding why. This isn't just charisma or charm, it's an invisible force at play, a subtle yet powerful pull that beckons others to take notice, often without realizing it. It's the kind of aura that fills a room with its presence, and the very air seems to vibrate with its strength. In those moments, do you feel the shift? Do you sense the way the world suddenly seems to see you differently? Even more captivating is how effortlessly this energy flows. Chosen ones don't need to shout for attention, nor do they chase after validation. Their presence alone speaks volumes. This quiet confidence, grounded in faith, draws people in like a moth to a flame. As Jesus says in Matthew 5:16, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. This is not a light they have created themselves, but one that is radiating through them from God's own hand. What others find most alluring is not just the strength of this energy, but the peacefulness that accompanies it. It's a calm assurance that doesn't seek to compete or prove anything, yet stands firm in its own truth. In a world full of noise and self-promotion, isn't it refreshing to witness someone whose very presence is enough to captivate? People may be drawn to you, not fully understanding why, and that's because this energy is from a divine source. It doesn't need to be explained or justified, it simply is, and for those who experience it, it sparks something deep within them. Could this be a call to something higher? A chance for them to recognize a divine spark within themselves as well. When you walk into a room, does the atmosphere feel different? Are people more aware, more attentive, more curious about the source of this magnetic energy? Maybe, just maybe, this is God's way of revealing His presence through you. Unmistakably, undeniably, and with a power that can't be ignored. Stay with me, because this journey is just beginning. As we explore why this energy is so irresistible, you might find that the secret has always been inside you, waiting to be recognized. 2. Authenticity over trends. In a world where everyone seems to be chasing the latest trend, the chosen ones stand as a beacon of authenticity, fearlessly being themselves. They don't bend to the pressures of what is popular or fashionable, they simply are. This authentic, unwavering self-expression is magnetic because deep down, everyone yearns for something real in a world so full of imitation. Consider this. When was the last time you felt at peace in your own skin without the weight of others' expectations? In Proverbs 3:5-6 it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Could it be that when chosen ones walk in this trust, when they stop seeking approval from others and start seeking approval from God, they radiate an inner confidence that can't be replicated? This peace doesn't need to shout for attention, it simply is, and people are drawn to it. While others tirelessly chase external validation, chosen ones stand firm in their truth, completely unshaken by the fleeting whims of popular opinion. It's not that they're indifferent to others, it's that they understand. Their value doesn't come from external praise, but from the Creator who made them just as they are. This unwavering confidence becomes incredibly attractive because it speaks to something deep inside us all, a longing for authenticity, for something real in a world of constant change. And here's the paradox. By not seeking the spotlight, chosen ones become unforgettable. They don't ask for attention, yet it follows them. They don't seek validation, yet others are drawn to them with admiration and respect. In a time where everyone is curating an image, what is it about authenticity that makes it so magnetic? Perhaps it's because, like the light of Christ shining through the darkness, authenticity reveals the truth we all yearn for, that we are enough just as we are. In a world full of filters, chosen ones shine without the need for masks or facades. Have you ever noticed how the most memorable people aren't those who shout the loudest, but those who are simply real? This is the power of authenticity, a power that doesn't seek to impress, but to be true. What if the secret to your magnetic allure is in the simplicity of just being yourself? 3. Intuition, that knows what people need before they do. There's something almost otherworldly about the chosen one's ability to read the room, not just in the surface-level way that many do, but in a way that seems to transcend ordinary perception. They don't need to hear the words or see the signs. They know. Their intuition picks up on the subtle cues of others' emotions and needs in ways that go beyond empathy. It feels as though they are divinely attuned to the unspoken struggles and desires of those around them. How many times have you felt like someone understood you without you even saying a word? In 1 Corinthians 2:10-11, it says, "But God has revealed it to us by His Spirit. The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God. For who knows a person's thoughts except their own spirit within them?" Could it be that this deep knowing is a gift from God? It's as though the Spirit is working through them, allowing them to connect with others in a way that makes people feel truly seen in a way that they often long for but rarely experience. It's not just about noticing someone's body language or reading their facial expressions. It's about understanding the heart of the matter. Chosen ones seem to sense what others are truly feeling, even when those feelings remain unspoken. They ask the right questions at the right time, with an authenticity that invites people to open up in a way that feels comfortable and safe. In a world where many people are afraid to be vulnerable, chosen ones create an environment where vulnerability feels like freedom. This kind of intuitive connection doesn't just make people feel heard, it makes them feel valued, deeply valued. They don't feel judged or misunderstood, they feel seen. And that's a rare gift. Have you ever experienced the magic of being truly listened to without judgment? Proverbs 18:13 tells us, "To answer before listening, that is folly and shame." But chosen ones listen with the intent to understand, not to respond, and that makes all the difference. It's a gift that leaves people feeling lighter, more understood, and often even healed. The magnetic power of this intuition lies in its genuineness. People can feel the difference between someone who is truly present and someone who is just going through the motions. Have you ever been in the presence of someone who made you feel like you mattered, like your struggles were seen and your joys were shared? That's the power of divine intuition, a rare and beautiful gift that leaves a lasting impression. And those who experience it find themselves coming back, captivated by the mystery and depth of this connection. Could it be that this divine awareness is the reason chosen ones are so magnetic? What if your own intuitive gifts are the key to unlocking your full potential? 4. Boundaries that command respect without saying a word. There is something striking about how chosen ones set boundaries without ever uttering a word. It's not about harshly declaring rules or making others feel small. Instead, it's as if their mere presence, grounded and unshakable, communicates a powerful message. This is where I stand. How do they do this? Why does their very being inspire such respect? Their boundaries are felt, not spoken. It's the strength of their essence that creates these unspoken limits, and those around them instinctively understand the boundaries without a single word. This silent authority, drawn from a place of quiet confidence, radiates an irresistible magnetism. People are naturally drawn to them, yet at the same time they recognize the wisdom and strength of their character and instinctively avoid crossing certain lines. It's not about shutting people out, but about self-respect, the kind of respect that says, "I know who I am in God," and that confidence becomes evident to all. Do you feel this kind of unspoken strength? The beauty of this dynamic is seen in its subtlety. Chosen ones don't have to defend themselves or assert their power. They simply are, and the world recognizes that. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Their boundaries, built on this very principle of guarding the heart, are a reflection of inner peace, not arrogance. It's a peace that makes others want to align themselves with it. This kind of boundary setting creates security not only within the chosen one, but within those around them. It brings order to the chaos, offering a safe space that others respect. People who may have been inclined to push limits find themselves pulled back, almost subconsciously. How do chosen ones maintain this aura without even trying? It is an embodiment of God's wisdom, profound, gentle, and unstoppable. People often wonder, how can I carry this peace and confidence too? Number 5, a mysterious transformation in physical presence. The chosen ones seem to undergo a kind of transformation that is both subtle and captivating. Over time, there's a change, but it's not one that can easily be explained by vanity, fashion, or even makeup. There's something deeper happening within them, something that radiates outward, affecting their very appearance. What's behind this change? It's as though God is shaping them, not only spiritually, but physically as well. People begin to notice these changes, but often can't place them. Maybe their eyes shine brighter, their skin glows with a certain vitality, or perhaps their posture becomes more upright, more graceful. It's as though their inner growth, through faith, struggle, and divine alignment, begins to manifest in their physical form. What if your inner growth could shape your outer appearance in this way? It's almost like an invisible energy field, one that draws people in without them fully understanding why. This transformation is not simply cosmetic. It's a sign of the deep spiritual work happening beneath the surface. Romans 12:2 calls us to be transformed by the renewing of our minds. And for chosen ones, this spiritual renewal is so profound that it alters how others perceive them. Those around them often feel a sense of awe or admiration, wondering how they too might tap into this rare and divine glow. But what's most fascinating is that the chosen ones themselves often don't realize the changes. They're simply living their purpose, unaware of the extraordinary effect they have on others. Number 6, empathy that feels like a healing force. Empathy in the chosen ones transcends the normal expectations of what it means to listen. It goes beyond hearing words. It's about feeling the emotions, understanding the unspoken, and offering a healing presence. Those who speak to them often feel a strange sense of comfort, as if they're speaking not to a person, but to something far deeper. Why does this kind of empathy feel so healing? Could it be that the empathy stems from something divine, something only God can give? This ability to empathize deeply creates an environment where people feel safe to share their burdens. Strangers might open up their hearts without even understanding why. while friends find themselves telling things they've never told anyone else. This empathetic force feels almost like a balm, soothing wounds that words alone can't heal. As 2 Corinthians 1:4 says, God comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God. Chosen ones embody this very principle, offering comfort not just from their own understanding, but through God's love. Have you ever experienced such comfort that it felt as if God Himself was speaking through someone? This empathy is rare. It's not just about being a good listener, but about offering something transformative, a shift in the atmosphere that leaves people feeling lighter, more empowered, and even a little closer to God. Those who encounter this kind of empathy often wonder, how can I learn to be this way? It's a magnetizing quality, drawing people in and leaving a lasting imprint on their hearts. The chosen one's empathy is not a passive trait, it's an active force for healing. People who interact with them don't just walk away with their problems unresolved. They walk away feeling as though they've been made whole again. Isn't it amazing how something as simple as understanding can become a conduit for divine healing? What if you could be this kind of person? Someone who heals just by being present. Number 7, they don't compete, they create. Chosen ones are not concerned with competition. They are too absorbed in creating something meaningful that speaks to their soul. While many people in the world chase after status, validation, and the approval of others, chosen ones walk a different path. They are driven not by the need for external recognition, but by an intrinsic desire to make a difference, whether it's through their work, their influence, or their presence. Their focus isn't on outperforming anyone, it's about leaving a legacy that reflects their true passion and purpose. This mindset is what sets them apart. Their energy is not spent comparing themselves to others or measuring their worth against the success of those around them. Instead, they devote their time and effort to building something that aligns with their values and vision. It's like they have an inner compass that guides them, and they trust that if they stay true to themselves, the right opportunities and people will come. Their lives are a testimony to the power of creation over competition. In contrast, those who are constantly looking over their shoulder to see who's ahead or who's behind often radiate anxiety, stress, and insecurity. It's as though they're running a race they can never win. But the chosen ones? They don't see life as a race. They see it as an opportunity to build, to create, and to contribute in ways that feel true to who they are. They're not trying to keep up with anyone. They're too busy forging their own path. And that path is guided by purpose, not comparison. And here's where it gets interesting. Being around a chosen one doesn't make you feel inferior or judged. Instead, it allows you to step into your own greatness. They give you permission to let go of the need for external validation. When you're in their presence, you feel liberated from the constant weight of comparison. You can just be. And isn't that a rare gift in today's world? Their confidence is magnetic. It's not loud, it's not brash, but it's unshakable. It's the kind of quiet assurance that says, I don't need to compete because I know what I have to offer is enough. And this confidence, this sense of inner peace, isn't something that can be faked or bought. It comes from a place of deep self-awareness and purpose. Chosen ones don't try to impress. They simply are, and in their being, they create an atmosphere where others feel empowered to do the same. As Proverbs 19:21 reminds us, many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. The chosen ones understand this truth deeply. They know that their path is not determined by the world's standards, but by the divine purpose that guides them. They trust in the process of creation, and in doing so, they invite others to trust in their own journeys as well. Number 8. Intensity that makes people question their own lives. There is an intensity about chosen ones that cannot be ignored. It's not the kind of intensity that's driven by anger, frustration, or drama, but rather an inner fire that shines through their every action, word, and thought. This intensity comes from a deep place within, a place where they are connected to something far greater than themselves. It's almost as if they carry a divine purpose that others can sense, even if they can't fully understand it. And this intensity makes people stop and reflect. Have you ever been around someone who didn't need to say much, but whose presence alone made you rethink your life? It's like they have a silent power that compels you to look at yourself, your choices, and your purpose. The chosen ones possess this exact quality. They don't force others to change or confront their own struggles, but simply by being themselves, they create an atmosphere that challenges everyone around them to ask, am I truly living up to my potential? Am I on the right path? This is where their power lies, not in trying to be the center of attention or in pointing out the flaws of others, but in living with such unwavering purpose that it naturally causes others to evaluate their own lives. When you're around a chosen one, it's almost impossible not to feel a sense of discomfort about the parts of your life that you've been neglecting or avoiding. And yet, the beauty of this is that they don't judge you for it. They're not there to point out your failures, but simply to be I. And in doing so, they encourage you to face your own truths. The chosen ones carry an energy that's so profound it can make people uncomfortable. But in that discomfort lies a profound opportunity for growth. It's not a destructive force, but a transformative one. Their presence encourages others to step into their own greatness, to stop hiding from their potential, and to start living with purpose. And that's something powerful. As 2 Corinthians 5:14 says, "For Christ's love compels us." The chosen ones are driven by a love and intensity that compels others to take a closer look at their own lives. Their very existence challenges people to stop hiding behind excuses and start embracing their true calling. And while it can feel uncomfortable to confront these truths, it's through this discomfort that transformation happens. So, what do you do when faced with this intensity? Do you shy away from it, or do you embrace it? Do you allow their presence to stir up change within yourself, or do you remain content in your comfort zone? The chosen ones don't force anyone to act, but their presence leaves an undeniable mark, one that challenges you to reflect on your own journey. And once you feel that shift, it's hard to turn back. Number 9. An unspoken connection with nature and the universe. Chosen ones possess a rare, unspoken connection with nature and the universe, a bond so profound that many can only dream of understanding it. It's as if they resonate with a higher frequency, aligning themselves with the natural rhythms of life in a way that seems almost otherworldly. This connection is not just an intellectual understanding of nature, it's a deep, intuitive knowing that flows through them and the world around them. Whether it's the turning of the seasons, the phases of the moon, or the energy of the people they meet, chosen ones experience life as a continuous dance with the universe. Their attunement to the world is evident in every movement and action, giving them an aura of serenity and effortless grace that captivates those who cross their path. There's a magnetic energy about them that makes people wonder, what secrets do they hold? When chosen ones walk through a forest, they do not merely stroll, they engage in a silent dialogue with nature. They listen to the whispers of the trees, the rustling of the leaves, and the songs of the birds. They understand the language of the earth, the way the soil feels beneath their feet, how the wind shifts through the branches, and how the sunlight filters through the canopy above. It's not just about observation, it's about connection. They can sense the emotions, energies, and vibrations flowing through every living thing around them. This relationship with nature isn't something they try to force or control. It's a symbiotic, intuitive understanding that seems to guide them in a way that defies logic. People who encounter chosen ones are drawn to this profound connection, feeling that same sense of vibrancy and life that radiates from the natural world. It serves as a powerful reminder of the bond that exists between humans and the earth, a connection that often gets lost in the busyness of modern life. For many, being around a chosen one stirs a deep yearning to reconnect with the world they've distanced themselves from. They are reminded of the beauty in simplicity, the power of stillness, and the magic that exists in nature's cycles. But it doesn't stop there. Chosen ones often experience remarkable synchronicities, those strange, seemingly random events that feel deeply meaningful. They encounter the right people at the right time, or receive signs from the universe through symbols, numbers, or dreams that guide their steps. These synchronistic events appear to unfold with uncanny precision, as if the universe is conspiring to help them fulfill their divine purpose. It's this constant, unseen hand that makes their lives seem like a series of interconnected moments, leading them ever forward in alignment with their higher calling. This sense of being in the flow creates an air of mystery about them, as if they are being guided by something greater than themselves. People are naturally curious. How do they do it? How can they tap into the same energy and synchronicity that chosen ones experience? The allure of this connection is undeniable. It stirs a longing in people to understand the deeper, unseen forces that shape their lives, to connect with something bigger than themselves, and to live with the same sense of purpose and flow. Being around a chosen one sparks an inspiration, a desire to look beyond the ordinary and explore the magical possibilities that lie beneath the surface of life. As Psalm 19:1 says, "The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands." The chosen ones understand this intimately. They don't just see the stars, they feel their significance. They don't just hear the wind, they understand its message. This connection to nature and the universe isn't a coincidence. It's part of the divine design, a gift they've been given to guide them on their journey and inspire others to reconnect with the sacred forces at work in their own lives. Number 10. Resilience that makes them untouchable. The resilience of chosen ones is nothing short of extraordinary. It's a strength that feels almost superhuman, a quiet, unshakable fortitude that draws people in and commands their admiration. When life's storms hit, chosen ones don't crumble under pressure or react with anger or frustration. Instead, they respond with a quiet grace, as if they have mastered the art of navigating adversity. They endure hardship not with bitterness, but with an unwavering sense of purpose. It's as though they've learned the secret to facing life's challenges and emerging from them not only unscathed, but stronger and wiser than before. This resilience isn't loud or boastful. It's subtle, quiet, and yet incredibly powerful. People around them often stand in awe, watching them handle difficult situations with a calmness that seems almost otherworldly. There's something about their ability to endure and adapt that leaves a lasting impression on those who witness it. It's not about avoiding difficulty, but about how they face it, how they rise, dust themselves off, and continue on their path with an even deeper sense of resolve. This calmness during crises is one of the most captivating qualities of chosen ones. When the world around them is chaotic, they are the steady presence that others seek. They understand instinctively that every setback is simply a stepping stone on the road to something greater. Their resilience is rooted in a deep sense of trust in the process of life, knowing that no storm lasts forever and that every challenge holds within it the potential for growth and transformation. Those who witness this quiet strength are often inspired to develop their own resilience. Chosen ones show others that resilience is not about avoiding failure. It's about learning from it. It's about rising after every fall, stronger than before. They inspire others to confront their own challenges, to face their fears, and to trust that they too have the strength to overcome whatever life throws at them. As Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. The chosen ones embody this truth. They don't shy away from suffering, they embrace it, knowing that through their struggles they are being shaped into something greater. This resilience is not a passive trait. It's an active force that propels them forward, even in the face of adversity. Their untouchable nature is a beacon of hope in a world that often feels overwhelmed by challenges. Chosen ones show us that no matter what we face, we can rise above it. They inspire others to find their own strength, to trust in the process of growth, and to believe that within every difficulty lies the seed of transformation. Their presence reminds us that no matter how stormy the seas may get, we have the power to steer our ship toward calmer waters. Number 11. Forgiveness that baffles those who try to harm them. The chosen ones possess an extraordinary gift, an almost supernatural ability to forgive. When others betray them, hurt them, or seek to cause them harm, they respond not with anger, bitterness, or revenge, but with an openness to release the burden of negativity. It's a forgiveness that confounds those who are expecting retaliation, and it is here that the true strength of the chosen ones shines through. Do you ever wonder why some people can forgive others, even when they've been wronged in the deepest ways? For the chosen ones, this is not a sign of weakness, but of an unwavering inner strength that others can scarcely comprehend. Forgiveness for them isn't just about letting go. It's an active, conscious decision to rise above the circumstances. It's a deliberate choice to free themselves from the chains of resentment, a step toward healing that doesn't depend on the actions of others. For chosen ones, forgiveness becomes a tool for reclaiming their peace and emotional freedom. Why would someone forgive another when they've been hurt? Why not hold on to that anger or seek revenge? These are questions many ask when they witness the chosen one's ability to forgive so effortlessly. What makes this act of forgiveness so powerful is the profound impact it has on both the chosen ones and those around them. When they forgive, it feels complete, as if they are releasing themselves from an emotional burden that no longer serves them. This act of grace leaves others stunned, especially those who have wronged them, who might expect anger or hostility in return. But instead they are met with a disarming sense of peace that strips them of their power to control or hurt the chosen one. In Matthew 18:21-22, Jesus teaches, "Then Peter came to Jesus and asked, 'Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times?' Jesus answered, 'I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times. This is the essence of chosen one's forgiveness, limitless, unyielding, and filled with grace. Forgiveness is in many ways a reclaiming of personal power. When chosen ones forgive, they assert that they will not be defined by the wrongdoings of others, nor will they allow those actions to diminish their spirit. Instead, they choose to walk forward with strength and dignity. This forgiving nature serves as an example to others, encouraging a more compassionate and empathetic approach to conflict. Could you embrace such forgiveness in your own life? Could you let go of grudges that hold you back and allow yourself to heal? The chosen ones offer a powerful invitation to do so, and in this, they leave a lasting impression on everyone they encounter. Number 12, they walk the path of purpose, not popularity. Chosen ones are not driven by the desire for approval or the need for validation. Unlike many who seek fame, recognition, or the praise of others, they walk a path defined by a deeper sense of purpose. This focus on purpose, rather than popularity, is what sets them apart. Have you ever met someone whose presence commands respect, not because of their fame or wealth, but because of the depth of their conviction? For the chosen ones, their authenticity and commitment to a higher calling make them a beacon for others, especially those who are struggling to find direction in their own lives. Their sense of purpose acts as an anchor, providing them with unwavering clarity and strength. They do not waver in their mission, no matter the external pressures they face. In a world obsessed with social validation, it is this authenticity that stands out. The chosen one's actions come from a place of genuine intention, and this sincerity is palpable to those around them. They do not seek to impress or conform to the expectations of others. Instead, they remain steadfast, guided by a calling that transcends fleeting trends or superficial desires. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." The chosen ones embody this wisdom, walking paths of righteousness with confidence, unaffected by the noise of society. What is it that makes the chosen ones so magnetic? It's their ability to walk with purpose and conviction in a world where most people are distracted by the pursuit of popularity. When you meet someone who is truly walking in their purpose, you can feel the difference. There is a quiet power about them, a sense of peace that comes from knowing they are exactly where they are meant to be. And it's this energy that draws people in, especially those who are seeking meaning in their own lives. The chosen ones become guides, lighting the way for those who are lost or uncertain, showing them that there is more to life than the quest for fame or approval. Their purpose is not a self-serving one. It's a path that serves others, a call to lead by example and uplift those around them. Have you ever been inspired by someone who lived with such clarity of purpose that it made you want to find your own? That is the power of the chosen ones. They make others believe that they too can discover their true calling. Through their example, they create a ripple effect of hope, encouraging others to embark on their own journeys of purpose and self-discovery. And this, ultimately, is their most lasting legacy. Not the applause of the world, but the quiet yet profound influence they have on the hearts and lives of others. In a world where so many chase after fleeting trends, chosen ones shine brightly as beacons of authenticity and purpose, guiding others toward a more meaningful existence. Their presence serves as a reminder that true fulfillment comes not from popularity, but from living in alignment with one's deepest values and passions. This dedication to purpose captivates those around them, encouraging a collective journey toward understanding and self-discovery. In a world that often prioritizes superficial connections and fleeting validation, chosen ones emerge as extraordinary figures of depth, resilience, and purpose. Their unshakable ability to forgive, their seamless alignment with nature and the universe, and their unwavering commitment to living out their unique calling create an aura that captivates and inspires those around them. They remind us that true strength lies not in competition or the pursuit of popularity, but in the courage to embrace our individuality and stand firmly in our truth. as they navigate life's challenges with grace and compassion. Chosen ones invite others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery and growth. Their presence serves as a powerful reminder that we're all capable of transformation, of rising above adversity, and of forging meaningful connections rooted in authenticity and understanding. In their wake, they leave a trail of hope, urging us to seek purpose and cultivate the inner strength that resides within each of us. Ultimately, the allure of the chosen ones lies not just in their remarkable qualities, but in their ability to inspire others to pursue their own paths with the same fervor and determination. They stand as lighthouses in a sometimes chaotic world, guiding lost souls toward the shores of self-awareness, fulfillment, and genuine connection. In a society that often emphasizes external validation, they show us the power of living for something greater than ourselves. By embracing our own uniqueness and choosing a life driven by purpose, we can tap into the same extraordinary energy that defines the chosen ones, creating a ripple effect that encourages others to embark on their own transformative journeys. In this shared pursuit of meaning, we find the true essence of what it means to be human, together, illuminating the way for generations to come. If you've resonated with the message of the chosen ones, let us know in the comments below by sharing the powerful number 777. This sacred number represents divine alignment and spiritual awakening, a sign that you are on the right path. May you always feel guided and protected on your journey. And now, as we part ways today, I send you all blessings of peace, purpose, and strength. May you walk your path with unwavering confidence and a heart full of compassion. Remember that you are not alone in your journey. Just as the chosen ones light the way for others, so too are you a beacon of light in the world. Stay true to your calling, and may you continue to inspire those around you. If you enjoyed diving into the extraordinary world of chosen ones and want to explore more captivating insights and uplifting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Join our vibrant community, where we celebrate purpose, resilience, and all the magical moments that life has to offer. Your journey toward deeper understanding and connection starts here. And trust us, you won't want to miss a thing. Let's embark on this adventure together. Did they truly believe they could take advantage of you just because you look younger than your age? How quickly they dismissed your wisdom as mere youthful naivety, unaware of the profound depth within you. Now, as they stand in silence, they begin to sense something different. A divine spark that radiates from you, a light that cannot be hidden. You may carry the blessing of a youthful appearance, but it's so much more than a simple trait. It has both shielded and challenged you, leading others to see only what lies on the surface. They see inexperience, they see innocence, but they are gravely mistaken. What these onlookers fail to understand is that your spirit transcends time, carrying a wisdom that cannot be measured by years. Have they ever considered that your youthful appearance might be a part of God's greater plan, allowing you to move with both gentleness and authority? Guided by a divine hand that has held you since the beginning, you were chosen for a purpose, carrying an inner strength that comes not from age, but from eternity itself. If you feel this truth stirring within you, comment 77 and below to stand with other chosen ones, recognizing the timeless spirit you carry. And if you feel called to support this message further, consider showing your encouragement with a super thanks. But why is it that your youthful appearance seems to confuse others so profoundly? Could it be that they simply cannot see beyond the surface, failing to recognize the strength and purpose within? Let's explore why this unique gift may have been given to you by God Himself. As we dive deeper, consider how often we too judge by appearances. How often do we overlook the profound spirit within someone because of the way they look? Now, let's uncover what your youthful presence truly means and how it serves a greater purpose in the journey of God's chosen ones. God's chosen ones. You look much younger than your age, so they thought they could mess with you. They think they can dismiss you, judging by what they see on the surface. A youthful face, an appearance that seems untested by time. But what they fail to recognize is that they are standing in the presence of someone anointed with the wisdom and strength of God. Even when the world attempted to undermine you, God never left your side. Each dismissive look, every act of belittlement, has only served to further his divine purpose for you. Think of David, a mere shepherd boy who looked young and inexperienced. When Goliath mocked him, dismissing him as only a youth, David stood unwavering, empowered by his faith and the strength of God. 1 Samuel 17:42-45. Like David, you carry within you a power that others cannot see, a strength that shatters illusions and expectations. Your appearance may be youthful, but beneath it lies the resilience of a warrior chosen by God. They assume your silence signifies submission, not realizing that the voice within you is backed by divine authority. When Jesus, despite his humble appearance, spoke in the synagogue, the people were astonished at his wisdom and authority, asking, "Where did this man get this wisdom?" Matthew 13:54. In the same way, you are not confined to worldly expectations. You are guided by a wisdom that transcends time, a wisdom gifted by the Creator himself. While they play by earthly rules, judging outward appearances and earthly age, you move in sync with divine timing. You're not held back by their limitations because you operate by the call of a force infinitely greater than their shallow judgments. Like Moses, who seemed ordinary in Pharaoh's palace, you're being prepared by God to lead, to stand firm, and to fulfill a purpose beyond what the world can see or understand. Exodus 3:10-12. So, let them underestimate you. They may see only youth, but you know that the spirit within you is ageless, held by a divine plan. In your workplace, they've played those familiar, worn-out games. Colleagues, seeing your youth, assumed they could take credit for your insights, treating your contributions as stepping stones for their own gain. They whispered behind your back, certain that your voice would remain unheard, mistaking youth for inexperience. They believed they could overshadow you, equating a fresh face with ignorance. But they overlooked one crucial detail. You were not standing alone. God's hand has always guided you, preparing you for the very moments they thought you would fail. When the pressure was on and everyone was grasping for solutions, you stood steady, revealing an innovative plan. With confidence and clarity you spoke, and the room fell silent. In that instant, they recognized that they'd misjudged you completely. Like Joseph, who was overlooked and even betrayed by his brothers, you too rose to the occasion in a way they never anticipated. Genesis 37-50. When famine struck Egypt, it was Joseph, once dismissed as young and powerless, who had the wisdom and foresight to lead. Likewise, your insight didn't just meet the moment's need, it exceeded it, revealing a depth and wisdom that can only come from a divine source. Your colleagues, who once dismissed your ideas and claimed your successes as their own, found their own boasts turning to dust. Their ambitions, built on shallow foundations, could not withstand the weight of the truth you unveiled. Just as Daniel, young and underestimated in Babylon, silenced his accusers with wisdom that could only come from God, Daniel 1:17-20, so did you bring a clarity and vision that left no room for doubt. What they failed to grasp is that the wisdom within you is not bound by age. It is timeless, part of a greater design that they cannot comprehend. While they saw youth, God saw purpose. As a chosen one, your youthful appearance isn't simply a matter of physical features. It's a reflection of the powerful, radiant energy within you. What is it about you that seems to defy the natural passage of time? Could it be the divine light that has been entrusted to you, a spark that keeps your spirit alive and vibrant? This glow is not limited to the surface. It radiates from deep within, a testament to your connection to God. While others feel the inevitable wear of time, you carry an energy that breaks free from the typical boundaries of age. Your spirit, constantly renewed by the Source, embodies both the wisdom of the ages and the vibrant playfulness of youth. How does this happen? Each act of faith, each time you let go of old wounds or free yourself from negativity, you invite this divine energy to flow through you more fully. This spiritual renewal is reminiscent of Isaiah's words, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles." Isaiah 40:31. Just as eagles renew their strength, so do you, growing ever stronger, ever more radiant. Can others sense this timeless peace within you? The aura of love, resilience, and unwavering faith that surrounds you is unmistakable. Like Moses, who after spending time in God's presence had a radiant face that others couldn't ignore. Exodus 34:29-35. Your light is a visible reminder of the divine connection within. This glow, this energy, speaks of a life aligned with something greater than the physical world, a life lived in communion with God. Is it any wonder that others are drawn to you, perhaps not even knowing why? Your youthful appearance isn't just a physical characteristic. It's a visible sign of the divine energy that courses through you, a reminder that you are held to different standards than the world around you. How often do they look at you and assume you're simply young, equating appearance with weakness? They don't realize that time cannot erode the eternal spirit that God has placed within you, a spirit untouched by the limitations they live by. They see only what their eyes can perceive, completely unaware of the divine shield surrounding you. Each attempt they make to diminish you is met with a power they cannot begin to understand. When they whisper in secret, hoping to tear you down, they are met with the relentless protection of God, just as Elisha's servant saw the hills filled with horses and chariots of fire surrounding them. 2 Kings 6:17. You are not alone, and the force guarding you is beyond anything they can imagine. How can they comprehend what lies beneath the surface? Your youthful energy misleads them, making them think you are an easy target. But behind this exterior lies the spirit of an ancient soul, a soul infused with wisdom that surpasses earthly knowledge. Like Esther, who was young but chosen to change the course of a kingdom, your strength defies their assumptions. Esther 4:14. You are a divine contradiction, youthful in appearance yet carrying a timeless wisdom, seemingly vulnerable yet untouchable by those who try to bring you harm. Is it any wonder they cannot grasp who you truly are? In their world, youth is frail, easily swayed, but you live by a different law. Your presence is a quiet testimony to the divine truth within you, a force they can neither see nor touch, but one they cannot ignore. God's protection over you is invisible to them, yet it surrounds you like impenetrable armor, deflecting every whispered insult, every underhanded scheme. How could they understand that the same hands that shaped the stars also cradle you, keeping you steady? Their efforts to undermine you, to chip away at your confidence or character, fail before they even begin, for they are up against a power far greater than anything they can wield. When they move against you, convinced that you're unaware of the shadows they cast, they miss a crucial truth. God has already revealed their intentions to your spirit, just as he warned Joseph of Pharaoh's dream, giving him insight that protected him and others. Genesis 41. So too does God give you foresight, ensuring you're always steps ahead, not out of revenge but out of divine wisdom. Your path is carefully laid out, beyond the reach of those who seek to harm you. Have they ever wondered why their plans never seem to take hold? It's because each plot dissolves before it even takes root, crumbling against the divine shield that encircles you. Like David, who was protected from Saul's many attempts on his life, you too are held safe by God's unwavering presence. Samuel 18:19. While they think they're striking in secret, they're actually encountering a force they cannot comprehend or overcome. This protection, this unbreakable barrier, isn't something they can perceive or challenge. How can they strike at someone guided and guarded by the Creator himself? In their ignorance they may try, but every step they take only reinforces the reality they cannot see, that you are shielded by the hand of God, moving forward with a purpose they cannot touch. Imagine this. You feel the tension, the hidden agendas swirling around you. Someone you once trusted has been planting seeds of deceit, quietly working to watch you stumble, believing they're safely shielded from the fallout. They think you're naive, that their betrayal will go unnoticed. Yet what they fail to understand is that God has gifted you with a discernment far beyond their schemes. Without confronting anyone, you begin to see the truth emerge. Those who once believed the rumors come to you, seeking clarity, and gradually realize that they've been caught in a web of lies spun by someone else. You don't need to raise a defense. God's hand has already set the truth in motion. This is how God protects his chosen ones. Like Daniel, who was falsely accused yet delivered by God's intervention, you too are safeguarded. Daniel 6. The traps set for you instead ensnare those who laid them, not by your doing, but by the hand of divine justice. They thought they could harm your reputation, but all they did was reveal their own deception and weakness. As the psalmist wrote, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." Isaiah 54:17. Your faith allows you to step back, letting God unravel the lies, revealing truth without any need for your intervention. Consider how powerful it is to walk with such protection. They may see only your youth, but you know it's a layer that conceals something much greater. Beneath the surface is the spirit of an ancient soul, seasoned with wisdom and fortified by God's strength. Each day, as their plans collapse, it becomes ever clearer to those around you that they've underestimated something far beyond their understanding. You are shielded, guided, and empowered by the Creator, whose wisdom defies any plot. They will come to realize that God's chosen ones are never as vulnerable as they appear, never truly exposed, and certainly never defeated. You may have been judged by your youthful appearance, dismissed as lacking the capacity for greatness. Yet they've only seen the surface, blind to the depths within. What they fail to understand is that God has been nurturing your spirit, watching your heart in humility, sowing seeds that have been quietly growing all along. Beneath the visible, unseen by those who look only with earthly eyes, these seeds have been taking root, ready to burst forth in due time. Do they understand that what appears as inexperience to them is, in truth, part of a grander plan? Just as God chose David, a young shepherd, for kingship, he sees past appearances, selecting those whose hearts are aligned with his purpose. 1 Samuel 16:7. They assumed they could take advantage, seeing what they believed was inexperience. But God is about to reveal his intentions by multiplying your days, efforts, and impact in ways beyond their comprehension. Can they imagine the strength that comes when God decides to magnify your influence? They may have seen a single seed, yet God is bringing forth a harvest, a divine multiplication that will not only surprise them, but also silence their doubts. Just as Jesus multiplied the loaves and fishes, transforming scarcity into abundance, Matthew 14:13-21, so will he multiply the gifts within you. Your impact will soon extend beyond what they thought possible, revealing a strength they never foresaw. And as the world witnesses this powerful unfolding, those who doubted will stand in stunned silence, grappling with a reality they cannot explain. The underestimated, the overlooked. God is turning your story into a testimony of his boundless favor, where every doubt and underestimation dissolves, leaving only the undeniable work of the divine in your life. Your life is poised on the edge of a transformation so profound and swift that even you may feel unprepared for its magnitude. This isn't just a gentle rise, it's an ascension orchestrated by God, a rapid elevation that will leave others in awe. They believed they could keep you unnoticed, bound by limitations and doubts, yet they could not see the path God had prepared for you. The elevation God has planned is unlike anything they've imagined. It defies the boundaries of human understanding. In the same way that Joseph was raised from the prison to the palace overnight, Genesis 41:39-41, your journey too will be marked by a velocity that only the divine can achieve. Those who once disregarded or even ridiculed you will be unable to explain what's unfolding. They're witnessing a power that cannot be measured, a multiplication of your influence and prosperity that leaves them speechless. Think of how remarkable this is. The seeds you planted with quiet faith are not only sprouting but breaking through with a force that defies natural laws. This is the essence of God's promise that the last shall be first. Matthew 20:16. What they considered insignificant, God has chosen to elevate to heights they longed to reach, but never could. The people who once dismissed you as small, as inexperienced, are now confronted with the reality of divine multiplication, where your faith, humility, and patience have become the currency of your elevation. How could they have anticipated that what seemed unimportant would reach such heights? God is showing that his chosen ones are never truly bound by others' judgments. Your rise is a reflection of his promise fulfilled, and those who doubted will see just how wrong they were. As the world watches, you step boldly into the fullness of your calling. This is God's answer to their underestimation, a reminder that humility and faith are honored in ways beyond human comprehension. The journey ahead isn't just yours, it's a testament to God's power at work within you. You've given far more than anyone realizes. Time and again, you put others' needs above your own, offering kindness and support even when they failed to recognize your worth. They saw your youthful face and assumed it meant inexperience, never looking deeper to see the quiet strength and depth of your heart. They thought they could take advantage of your kindness as if it were a resource without limit, as if your selflessness had no boundaries. But what they overlooked is that God sees every sacrifice, every time you gave, without expecting anything in return. These acts of selflessness were not lost, nor were they unseen in the clamor of a world that often overlooks the pure of heart. Just as God noticed the widow's offering of 2 small coins and saw its true value over greater riches. Mark 12:41-44. He has seen every silent act of giving you've done. Each moment of kindness, every selfless deed, was like a seed planted in faith. And now those seeds are about to break through the soil, ready to bloom in ways that will astonish everyone. Can you sense the beauty of what's about to unfold? God has always been preparing for this moment, when what you've poured out in quiet faith and humility returns to you in overflowing abundance. This is the divine law in action. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. What you gave with a pure heart is now returning, multiplied beyond what you could have imagined. As this divine harvest comes to fruition, Those who took advantage will stand in silence, witnessing the power of God's multiplication. They thought kindness was weakness, but God is showing them that kindness, when offered with purity and faith, has a strength beyond measure. Your journey is a testament to the truth that whatever is given selflessly returns in overflowing measure, and your life is about to reflect the fullness of this promise. While others took advantage of your kindness, mistaking it for weakness, God was quietly keeping account, making sure that none of your selflessness went unseen. Now the tables are turning. You never sought validation from others, and you certainly didn't give to be noticed. Yet the recognition that is coming will be impossible to ignore. The very people who once overlooked your generosity will stand in silent awe as blessings pour into your life. And they will see, without a doubt, that this abundance is the result of your unwavering goodness. Have you ever noticed how you've always been the one who listens, the one who steps in when others turn away? When others had no time, you made time. When they were too busy, you offered a helping hand. Not because you had to, but because it's simply who you are. Someone who cares deeply, who lifts others up, even when no one else can be bothered. Many didn't appreciate it. Some even took it for granted, assuming that because of your youth you didn't fully understand the weight of what you were giving. But you did understand, and more importantly, so did God. Just as he saw Hagar in the wilderness providing for her and giving her a promise when she felt forgotten, Genesis 16:13, God has seen you all along, recording every act of love, every sacrifice. Now, the season of reaping is upon you. Every act of compassion, every selfless gesture has not only been recorded, but has become a seed sown in faith. God has multiplied these seeds, preparing a harvest that will astonish those who underestimated you. You are about to witness his promise fulfilled. Whoever sows generously will also reap generously. 2 Corinthians 9:6. The goodness that you have poured out time and time again is returning to you in ways that are beyond measure. Imagine the moment when those who overlooked or dismissed you begin to realize the magnitude of what's happening in your life. They will see that every blessing, every gift you receive is the result of a pure heart and a generous spirit. You are stepping into a time of divine reward, a season where all that you have given returns to you, overflowing. And as you receive, remember, this abundance isn't just for you. It's a testament to the power of selfless love, a reminder that nothing offered from the heart ever goes unnoticed by God. This is God's promise to you. Your selflessness, your quiet acts of kindness were never in vain. While you gave without expectation, the divine was already preparing a reward for you, a reward far beyond what you could have envisioned. Now, those who once underestimated you, who saw only youth and assumed naivety, will witness the undeniable work of God in your life. They will see that your kindness, far from being a vulnerability, has always been your greatest strength. It is this very strength that God is now exalting, revealing to all that a pure heart is never overlooked. You've often been surrounded by voices, those who think they know better, those who doubt your capabilities simply because of your youthful appearance, believing you lack the wisdom to make decisions that matter. Yet, what they don't realize is that you are not led by their fleeting opinions or judgments. Just as young David was chosen and anointed by God for greatness, while others saw only a shepherd boy, 1 Samuel 16:7, you too have been guided by divine purpose from the very start. God's hand has been steering your course, wrapping you in guidance and protection that shields you from harm and leads you forward with certainty. Have they ever wondered why you seem so grounded, so unwavering, despite their doubts? It's because each step you take is aligned with a plan they cannot see, a vision crafted by the one who knows every detail of your journey. Just as the psalmist said, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer." Psalm 18:2. So too is God your guide and protector. With every choice, every decision, you are moving in harmony with a purpose that far surpasses their limited understanding. As they watch this unfolding, as God's blessings begin to overflow in your life, they will see that no human judgment can overshadow divine favor. You are stepping into a season where your strength, your kindness, and your faithfulness are exalted. And as they witness the fulfillment of God's promise in your life, they'll finally understand that your course has been set by a force beyond their comprehension. You are not walking this path by your own strength alone. The Creator Himself is carving your way, recognizing the potential within you that others fail to see. While some may view you through the lens of youth or inexperience, God sees a vessel prepared for greatness, equipped with wisdom that transcends your years. This wisdom isn't of earthly origin. It's grounded in ancient truths and divine foresight. You carry a depth that defies age, a discernment that guides you through each turn, anchored by God's unwavering hand. Think about how others may see only what's on the surface, assuming inexperience, overlooking the strength within. Yet God fills you with knowledge and insight beyond human understanding. Just as Solomon, though young, was endowed with wisdom to lead a nation, 1 Kings 3:5-12. So too does God bless you with clarity and direction. You're not stumbling through life, uncertain or aimless. Each challenge, each decision is met with divine clarity, for God is guiding your hand every step of the way. In a world full of shifting voices and opinions, do you feel that steady voice guiding you? It's His voice, louder and more consistent than any noise around you. His promises are steadfast, unshaken by the doubts or assumptions of others. Just as the psalmist wrote, "Your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path." Psalm 119:105. So does God's guidance illuminate each step, leading you toward a purpose far beyond what others might imagine. Your steps are divinely ordered, placed on a path of prosperity that no human judgment or obstacle can obstruct. You walk in assurance, knowing that the one who carved this path for you is faithful to see you through to completion. As you move forward, you are not only fulfilling your own purpose, but also demonstrating to the world the power of divine guidance and the strength that comes from a life led by God. You stand at a pivotal moment in your life, facing a decision that feels monumental, one that seems as if it could shape the entire course of your future. Around you, the voices are loud. Some question your ability, some see only your youth, and others cast doubt, thinking you're too uncertain or inexperienced to make the right move. But deep within, you know these voices are just noise. They don't hold the truth you seek. You turn to prayer, to the wisdom of the one who knows all things, surrendering your fears and uncertainties. In that quiet surrender, the answer becomes clear. Out of nowhere, an opportunity arises, one so perfectly suited to your desires and dreams that it could only be divine in origin. It's something no one else anticipated, and yet it aligns so completely with who you are that you immediately recognize God's hand at work. You don't hesitate or doubt yourself. The moment is filled with a certainty that could only come from the divine. As you step boldly into this opportunity, doors begin to open. Paths that once seemed impassable now clear before you, obstacles falling away as God's guidance lights your way. Just as God parted the Red Sea for the Israelites, making a way where there was none, Exodus 14:21-22, so too does He create a path for you, leading you toward His purpose. Those who once doubted you, who thought your youth meant inexperience, are left in awe, unable to explain the momentum propelling you forward. They thought you would stumble, that your youthful appearance reflected a lack of direction. But they were wrong. God's plan defies their expectations. proving that age or appearance mean little when the Creator is guiding each step. What they didn't realize is that you are not navigating this journey alone. God is leading you with a purpose and vision beyond anything they could imagine. Here is your assurance. No matter how uncertain the path may seem to others, God will always open a way for you. He will unlock doors that once seemed permanently closed and guide you to opportunities they never even dreamed of. When you seek Him, you will never wander without direction. You carry His wisdom within, a light that guides you past doubts, fears, and the limitations others try to impose. Your path is blessed, each step illuminated by His unfailing guidance. They've rushed you, mocked your patience, and questioned why your journey hasn't unfolded faster, but they don't grasp the truth you hold dear. God's timing is perfect. His plans are intricately woven with purpose. They see your path as slow, stagnant, even behind. But what they fail to realize is that every waiting moment has been purposeful, each pause intentional. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be, moving to a rhythm set by divine hands, a rhythm that requires no validation from the world's timelines. While others rush ahead, seeking quick results and fleeting recognition, you have been quietly preparing, building a foundation that will endure. God has used this time to refine you, to equip you for the magnitude of blessings that are about to pour into your life. What they see as a delay is, in fact, divine preparation. Just as God prepared David in the fields before calling him to the throne, your journey has been a time of strengthening, sharpening, and positioning for the moment when everything aligns. 1 Samuel 16. Each day without the breakthrough you hoped for was not a setback. It was a season of growth and readiness. The world may have seen it as empty waiting, but God has been crafting something far greater behind the scenes. When the appointed time arrives, and it will, those who doubted will witness the undeniable fruit of divine timing. They thought you were idle, but you were being prepared for something they cannot even fathom. You're about to step into a season that reveals the beauty and power of God's meticulous preparation. A season where every sacrifice, every moment of patience brings forth a harvest that leaves them in awe. You've stood by patiently, watching as others seem to race ahead. They celebrated promotions, relationships, milestones, each new achievement adding to their growing list of accomplishments. And while they received recognition and reached the goals you too desired, you continued to trust. You believed, even in moments of doubt, that there was something greater in store for you. You sensed their quiet judgments, the subtle pity as they looked at what they thought was your stalled progress. But they didn't know, couldn't possibly understand, that your elevation was never tied to their schedules or their fleeting achievements. Your journey was anchored in something far greater, in God's timing, a timing that renders all earthly measures insignificant. Then, one day, without warning, the door opens. The opportunity you've been waiting for finally arrives, and it is so perfectly in tune with who you are, your heart, your purpose, your calling, that you feel a deep, undeniable knowing. Every second of waiting has been worth it. This isn't just any opportunity. It's a divine appointment, a blessing shaped by God Himself. The scale of it leaves even you in awe, surpassing the expectations you once held. And as this door opens, those who once looked at you with subtle pity now stand in disbelief. They watch as everything aligns for you with a magnitude they could never have reached on their own. While they scrambled and fought to achieve on their terms, God has delivered to you, in His perfect timing, something they couldn't obtain, even with all their haste. Think of how Joseph waited years in prison, seemingly forgotten, only to be elevated in an instant to a position of authority beyond his wildest dreams. Genesis 41:43. In the same way, your journey of patience has prepared you for a role that only God could orchestrate, a role that aligns perfectly with your destiny, and brings a fulfillment that outshines any fleeting accomplishment. This is God's promise fulfilled, a reminder that what He has planned for you is not only perfect in timing, but also beyond anything the world could offer. What they once pitied, they now admire. You are walking proof that waiting on God is never a waste, that patience is not passive. It's an active trust in a God who sees the entire journey. And as you step into this season of blessing, the magnitude of God's favor will stand as a testimony to all who once doubted, a testament to the power of divine timing and the beauty of a life aligned with His purpose. This is the affirmation of divine timing. Your waiting was never wasted. Each delay was crafted with purpose, each setback a preparation for the elevation to come. God wasn't holding you back. He was positioning every piece in perfect alignment for your favor. Now, as the pieces come together, the world will witness what you've believed all along. God's timing isn't merely perfect, it's miraculous, weaving together a plan far beyond human comprehension. What is destined for you will not pass you by. When it arrives, it will carry a magnitude and beauty that surpass anything you could have designed for yourself. Just as all things work together for the good of those who love God. Romans 8:28. Each moment of patience, faith, and resilience has been working to create a blessing that is uniquely yours. This is your season, the unfolding of a divine plan that reveals that every moment of waiting was a sacred setup for something extraordinary. The world looked at you and saw only limits. They thought they had you figured out, certain that the weight of your trials would crush you, that adversity would wear you down. Yet what they failed to recognize was that God had already fortified your spirit long before their doubts ever surfaced. You moved through their mockery and judgment with a quiet, unshakable strength, never needing to prove yourself to those who were blind to your worth. You didn't need their validation because your foundation was set on something infinitely deeper. While others faltered and wavered, you stood firm, grounded in the knowledge that your strength is not defined by their narrow perceptions. This strength has been forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by trials that would have broken others. Just as gold is refined in the furnace, so have you emerged from each trial stronger, resilient, and unwavering. 1 Peter 1:7. They saw only the struggle. They didn't see the resilience being cultivated within you. What they misunderstood as weakness was the very process God was using to build an inner strength that defies understanding. Each setback, each challenge was part of God's preparation, refining you for the purpose He has planned. So now, as you rise, they begin to see a glimpse of what was there all along, a strength rooted not in human measures, but in a divine resilience that cannot be shaken. You were never meant to fit into their expectations, because God placed within you something far beyond their understanding. You are not merely resilient, you are unshakable. Every obstacle they placed before you, every whispered doubt, every act of dismissal, only served to fortify what God had already begun within you. They underestimated you because they could not perceive the divine power that fuels your spirit, the strength that flows from a source far beyond what human eyes can see. They saw your outward calm and mistook it for passivity, unaware that it was the peace of someone who walks with God. This quiet strength comes not from a need for approval, but from a deep anchoring in the divine. Like Jesus, calming the storm with a word, your stillness reflects a profound inner assurance, a peace that surpasses all understanding. Philippians 4:7. They didn't realize that beneath the calm exterior lies a force, a purpose that is unmovable, because it is rooted in God's eternal plan. Every attempt they made to challenge or diminish you only strengthened the foundation God has been building within you. While they relied on fleeting validations and shallow judgments, you remained grounded in something far greater. You know that your worth isn't defined by human standards, but by the one who created you. They may never understand the depth of this strength, but they don't need to. This journey is yours, guided by a purpose they cannot see, held steady by a power they cannot comprehend. And now, the moment they've been waiting for, the moment they predicted you would fail, has finally arrived. A challenge looms before you, whether it's a critical project, a high-stakes exam, or a pressure-filled situation they were certain would become your downfall. They watch closely, confident that this is where you'll stumble. Their judgments are loud and their expectations are clear. They want to see you fall, but you remain calm, unwavering. Why? Because you know something they don't. You know that God is with you, that your strength is unbreakable, rooted in a foundation far stronger than the pressures they hope will crush you. As you face the challenge, you move with grace and resilience, allowing your faith to guide every step. There is no hesitation, no fear, only an inner peace that surpasses all understanding. Philippians 4:7. While they scramble to anticipate your collapse, you remain steady, unflinching, knowing that you walk in the presence of a strength they cannot see. And then the victory unfolds. You emerge from the challenge, not only triumphant, but radiant with a strength that leaves them in stunned disbelief. Those who doubted you, who watched with bated breath for your failure, are left speechless, unable to comprehend how you succeeded. They look at you and realize that your strength was never something they could understand, because it didn't come from the world. It came from the divine connection you've always held within. This is your season of victory. Like David standing victorious before Goliath, your success is a testament not only to your resilience, but to the power of God working through you. 1 Samuel 17:45-47. This is the moment where all their judgments fall away, revealing a truth they could never have anticipated. You are upheld by a force that sees beyond limitations, a God who knows your heart and empowers your spirit. This victory is not just a personal triumph, it's a divine affirmation that your strength, your path, and your purpose are rooted in something unshakable. What they didn't foresee, what they couldn't predict, was that adversity wasn't your downfall. It was the crucible that molded you into the powerful force you are today. They mocked, doubted, even pitied you, thinking that your trials would break you. But now they watch in disbelief as you rise, stronger and more resilient than ever. The strength they so easily dismissed is now shining in full view, and they are witnessing firsthand what it truly means to be chosen by God. You are not merely a survivor of hardship, you are the embodiment of divine resilience, and this victory is just the beginning of what's yet to come. Those who underestimated you, who dismissed you because of your youth or appearance, now stand face to face with a truth they hadn't anticipated. They were wrong. What they perceived as inexperience was, in fact, wisdom forged through resilience. Wisdom that is rooted in a profound connection to the divine. Like Moses, who though hesitant led his people through the desert with strength and purpose. Exodus 3:4. You possess an ancient spirit far deeper and wiser than their shallow judgments could comprehend. They believed they could diminish you, but in their attempts, they only highlighted the very strength they failed to see. Every challenge, every dismissive glance, every doubt they cast has only amplified the power within you. What they saw as weakness was actually God's refining fire, creating within you a resilience that is unbreakable. And now, as you rise, they must confront the truth. You are chosen, a vessel of divine strength, moving forward with a purpose far beyond what their limited perspectives could ever grasp. This is the season where their perceptions fall away and the undeniable power of God's hand on your life shines. You are not only stepping into your calling, you are walking proof that true strength is not determined by appearance or age, but by a spirit anchored in faith and refined through every trial. The very thing they saw as your downfall has become your greatest strength. a testament to the divine resilience that defines you. The blessings and elevation coming into your life are not random events or mere strokes of fortune. They are the fruits of your unwavering faith, the solid foundation you've built through countless trials, and the divine favor that has been at work in your journey from the very beginning. Every obstacle, every moment you were overlooked or underestimated was woven into a larger plan, a plan designed to shape and prepare you for what is now taking place. This rise is not only happening, it is becoming undeniable. The strength you've developed wasn't by accident. It was cultivated through seasons of resilience, faith, and trust in something greater. What others may see as sudden or surprising is in truth the divine fulfillment of promises you've held close, even in the darkest moments. Just as Joseph's years of struggle led to a position of honor in Egypt, Genesis 41, your journey has been crafted to reveal a purpose and blessing far beyond what anyone expected. Those who doubted you will see, unmistakably, that your elevation is no coincidence. It is the manifestation of divine timing, the reward for your faithfulness, and a testament to the power of trusting in God's plan. This is your season, and the blessings now unfolding are the answer to every moment you stood firm, every prayer you whispered in faith, and every challenge that strengthened you. The path you've walked has been leading you here all along, to a place of fulfillment and purpose that only divine hands could create. Your story is powerful. The testimony of your triumph, achieved despite the doubts and underestimations of others, will be a beacon of hope for those who have faced similar challenges. You've shown the world that true strength doesn't come from outward appearances, but from the depth of your connection to God and the resilience of your spirit. Now, it's time to share your story, to let others see what it truly means to be chosen, to rise against the odds, and to embody the divine wisdom that flows through you. If this message has touched your heart, consider supporting us through Super Thanks. Your contributions help keep this message alive and allow us to reach even more people who need encouragement. Whether you donate or not, we're grateful for your presence and support. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay connected and continue on this journey together. Leave a comment below, sharing how this message resonates with you. We'd love to hear from you. May God's blessings flow abundantly in your life, guiding and uplifting you every step of the way. Thank you for being part of this community. God bless you. Welcome, chosen ones. When God transforms you, your presence itself can become a force of nature, a storm that not everyone can endure. Today we're diving into something truly profound, yet slightly mystifying, something that leaves people around you both intrigued and unsettled. Did you know that humans have an innate ability to sense energy on a subconscious level? It's true. Research confirms that subtle shifts in your aura, scent, and even body language can provoke powerful reactions in others. Picture this. You step into a room, and suddenly all eyes are on you. It's not about your clothes or a lavish splash of cologne. No, it's something far deeper, a transformation in your essence that draws attention like a magnet. People are fascinated by you, and perhaps just a little envious. It's as though you've awakened something in them they didn't even realize was there. So, what's really going on here? Why are people so taken aback by the way you carry yourself, the energy you exude, and yes, even the way you smell? That's right, chosen ones. Today we're peeling back the layers of this divine mystery, uncovering why your transformation stirs curiosity, admiration, and maybe even a bit of jealousy. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to comment $9.99 below to let the world know you're one of God's chosen. Also, a heartfelt thank you to those who've donated via Super Thanks. you're helping us spread this powerful message to more people. Now, buckle up, because after today, you'll never see your own transformation or the reactions of those around you the same way again. Oh, and if you've noticed people sniffing the air a little more when you're around, trust me, you're not imagining it. Let's unravel this divine phenomenon together. God's chosen ones. God is changing the way you smell and look. They're shocked and jealous. At number 1, your aura isn't just a vibe, it's a mirror. Your aura has transformed into more than just an energy field. It's now a mirror, exposing truths that many would rather keep hidden. When people encounter you, they're not just meeting a person, they're confronting themselves. Your presence acts as an invisible lens, magnifying their strengths, flaws, and insecurities. This shift is not something they can articulate easily, but they feel it on a visceral level. You've become a living reflection, and that can be both magnetic and deeply unsettling. Why? Because few are prepared to see the raw truth of who they are. The Bible reminds us in the Hebrews 4:13, "Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare before the eyes of Him to whom we must give account." This mirrors your energy now. You are, in a sense, embodying that divine clarity, exposing what others have tried to keep in the shadows. How do you think they feel when their comfortable illusions are stripped away? For many, it's inspiring, but for others, it's terrifying. Your authenticity is a rare gift. It's something most people yearn for, but fear to pursue. You've stepped into a space of unshakable self-awareness, breaking free from societal masks and expectations. Even without trying, your presence dismantles the facades others wear. It's as though your energy gently demands honesty, and those who aren't ready to face it find themselves unnerved. Have you noticed how some people seem drawn to you while others seem repelled? That's the power of living in truth. It either inspires or intimidates. This shift in you has also amplified your confidence, groundedness, and clarity, creating a stark contrast between where you stand and where others wish they could be. In the Matthew 5:16, Jesus says, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light is shining brightly now, illuminating the areas in others' lives where they've fallen short or grown complacent. Could this be why their shock and jealousy feel so intense? It's not about you, it's about the mirror you hold up to them. For those who feel envious, it's as though you've cracked a code they've been searching for or long given up on. You've become undefinable, uncontainable, and that challenges their preconceived notions. You're not playing by their rules anymore, and it's unsettling. They sense that you've risen to a level of spiritual and emotional maturity that makes you untouchable. The question they're left asking themselves is, why haven't I reached this place yet? Your presence forces them to confront the gap between their current reality and the potential they know they could achieve. And while some will use this as fuel to grow, others will struggle to face the discomfort it brings. Have you ever wondered why you're now met with such polarized reactions? Why some people are drawn to your light while others recoil from it? It's because your very existence has become a divine wake-up call. You're no longer just a person in their lives, you're a catalyst for transformation, whether they're ready for it or not. Number 2, a new glow, as if sculpted from inner peace. Your presence now carries a glow that is more than just skin deep. It's an energy that radiates from the depths of your soul. This isn't about looking younger or more refreshed, but about exuding an unshakable peace that others can't quite put into words. It's a glow that seems to come from having endured life's storms and emerging stronger, calmer, and more grounded. It's as though every trial you've faced has refined you, not as visible scars, but as an invisible strength that others can't help but notice. In Isaiah 40:31, we read, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Your radiance is the manifestation of this promise, a strength renewed by faith, perseverance, and trust in God's plan. Have you noticed how people stare a little longer now, trying to figure out what's different about you? They won't find it in any single physical trait because it's something much deeper. This transformation is reflected in the way you carry yourself, with a quiet confidence that speaks volumes. You've reached a place where you no longer need external validation or approval. Your strength comes from within, from the peace you've cultivated through your journey. People caught in the chaos of seeking worldly approval may find this unsettling, as it challenges their understanding of fulfillment. How do you think they feel when they see someone like you, living proof that peace and strength can coexist? Your glow isn't just noticed, it's felt. It inspires some and confounds others. It's as if you've become an example of a life fully surrendered to divine guidance, and that makes you both captivating and unreachable in their eyes. Philippians 4:7 reminds us, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." You embody this peace, and it reflects outwardly in a way that can't be imitated or faked. This newfound radiance also challenges people. It shows them what's possible, a state of being where resilience, strength, and beauty intertwine. But not everyone is ready to face what they see in you. Some may feel inspired to pursue their own peace, while others may feel a pang of envy or inadequacy, wondering why they haven't yet achieved what you now represent. What makes this glow so remarkable is that it isn't tied to fleeting things like trends or youthfulness. It's timeless, rooted in something eternal. Proverbs 31:25 describes it well. "She is clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come." Your beauty is in your resilience, your dignity, and the calm assurance that you are enough as you are. In a world where so many are constantly striving to keep up, whether with appearances, achievements, or societal expectations, you've become a living reminder of the power of simply being. You're not chasing after anything external. You're embodying a state of grace and self-assuredness that is profoundly magnetic. Have you realized how your glow not only draws attention, but also challenges the very way others see themselves and their lives? It's a gift and a calling, one that inspires transformation in ways you may not even fully understand yet. Number 3, an intoxicating energy, subtly addictive. Your energy has evolved into something truly extraordinary, an intensity that can be felt even before you speak. It's not just charisma or charm, it's an essence that is magnetic, alluring, and utterly unforgettable. There's a rare quality about you now, one that draws people in without their understanding why. They feel it in your presence, a subtle intoxication that makes them crave more. Yet the closer they try to get, the more they realize they can't quite capture or define what makes you so unique. This shift in your energy mirrors the description in the Matthew 5:14, where Jesus declares, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Your light is shining brightly now, but it's not a light that others can contain. It's something deeply rooted in your spiritual transformation, a glow that speaks of resilience, wisdom, and grace. Have you noticed how people seem to linger in your orbit, replaying conversations or seeking more of your presence? It's because your energy makes them feel alive, yet leaves them a little off balance, like they've encountered something extraordinary they can't replicate. What makes this even more intriguing is your effortless indifference. You're not seeking attention or approval, and that quiet self-assurance only amplifies your allure. In a world where many clamor for recognition, your ability to simply be is a refreshing contradiction. Peter 3:4 describes this well, emphasizing the unfading beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which is of great worth in God's sight. Your magnetism is tied to this inner richness, a depth that others sense but can't fully understand or reach. This intensity can feel almost addictive to those who encounter it. Friends, acquaintances, and even strangers are drawn to you, finding themselves thinking about you long after you've left. It's as though being around you gives them a taste of something rare and extraordinary, something they won't find anywhere else. But as they try to uncover the source of your magnetism, they're met with mystery. You've become a puzzle they can't solve. And this combination of fascination and frustration often stirs feelings of jealousy. While others scramble to understand or replicate your energy, they're left realizing that what you possess is entirely unique. In Song of Solomon, chapter 4:7, it is written, "You are altogether beautiful, my darling. There is no flaw in you." This verse captures the essence of how others see you now, a beauty and depth that defy imitation. How does it feel to know that your presence leaves such a lasting impact, even when you're not trying to draw anyone in? The truth is, your energy has reached a place of richness and depth that doesn't fade. It challenges people, making them question what they're missing in their own lives. Some will be inspired by it, wanting to elevate themselves to the level they see in you. Others, however, will struggle with envy, feeling that no one else measures up to the standard you've set. In a world driven by superficiality and validation, your effortless existence, rich in authenticity and unshakable faith, stands out. You are a reminder of what it looks like to live in alignment with divine purpose. And that makes you unforgettable. Have you noticed how the more people try to define you, the more they realize they can't? It's because your energy isn't something they can pin down. It's a reflection of the work God has done within you. And that's something no one else can replicate. Number 4, you radiate purity that feels untouchable. You now carry an undeniable purity, a radiance that feels almost untouchable. This purity is not about appearances or superficial perfection. It's the result of a profound inner transformation. You've gone through a deep spiritual and emotional cleansing, stripping away every toxic influence, every false layer, and every burden that once weighed you down. What remains is a rare essence of clarity and wholeness, and it shows in everything you do, the way you speak, the way you move, and even in your stillness. In the Matthew 5:8, Jesus says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God." Your purity is a testament to this blessing. It's a reflection of a heart that has been purified by truth, faith, and intentional growth. People sense this immediately when they're around you. It stirs something deep within them, leaving them both drawn to your energy and unsettled by their own. What do you think goes through their minds when they encounter such an unshakable presence? This transformation wasn't accidental. It's the result of facing the shadows within and choosing to release everything that no longer serves you. It's a purity born not from avoiding negativity, but from confronting it head-on and emerging victorious. Your journey mirrors the words in Psalm 51:10. "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me." You've allowed God to do this work in you, and the result is an energy so clean and powerful that it stands out unmistakably. Even in a crowded room, you don't blend in. Your presence commands attention, not because you seek it, but because your purity radiates a sense of calm, strength, and completeness. Others can't help but notice, and many are left wondering how you've achieved such a transformation. Some may feel inspired, seeing in you a possibility for their own lives, while others may feel pangs of jealousy or inadequacy, realizing that what you possess isn't something they can fake with outward appearances. Your purity is untouchable, not because you're distant or inaccessible, but because it cannot be corrupted. Those who carry hidden agendas or negativity quickly realize they can't impose their energy on you. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is your reality now. You carry a light so brilliant that it cannot be dimmed, no matter how close others try to get. What's truly remarkable is the power that comes with this purity. It's a wholeness that can't be shaken, a light that others can only admire from a distance. Your presence serves as a mirror, showing people what is possible when they choose to let go of what holds them back. But it also challenges them to examine their own lives. Why haven't they taken the same journey? What are they holding on to that keeps them from experiencing the freedom and clarity they see in you? In a world obsessed with surface-level perfection, you've become a living example of inner transformation, a reminder that true beauty and power come from within. This purity, this wholeness, is your strength. And while it may inspire admiration, it also creates a quiet awe in those who encounter it. You've reached a level of peace and power that is beyond their reach, not because you're unapproachable, but because they recognize that what you carry is the result of a journey they may not yet have the courage to take. Have you realized the full impact of the light you now shine? It's not just a reflection of who you are, it's a glimpse of who others can become if they too choose the path of transformation. Number 5, the scent of unyielding confidence. Your confidence has transformed into something almost palpable, as if it has its own scent, a weight that fills the space around you. It's not brash or loud, it's a quiet, unshakable boldness that speaks volumes without a single word. This is not the kind of confidence that is performed for others. It's deeply rooted, a reflection of everything you've endured, every challenge you've faced, and every victory you've claimed. You wear it with such ease that it feels as natural as breathing. It's a confidence that is so potent that others feel its presence as soon as you enter the room. In Isaiah 54:17, the Bible says, "No weapon formed against you will prevail." This verse embodies the essence of your confidence. It's unbreakable, a force that has been forged through the trials you've overcome. People can sense it, but they can't quite explain why it has such an effect on them. It's as though there's an invisible barrier around you, a kind of silent power that makes others pause and reconsider their own sense of security. What do you think goes through their minds when they realize that your self-assurance doesn't need to be loudly proclaimed? It simply is. This confidence isn't intimidating because you try to outshine anyone. It's intimidating because it forces others to confront their own insecurities. In the Proverbs 3:26, we are reminded, "For the Lord will be at your side and will keep your foot from being snared." Your confidence is a reflection of your trust in God's guidance. It's grounded in faith and purpose. It's not a show, but a solid foundation that others can't help but feel. They might try to project their bravado, but your quiet strength reveals the cracks in their facade. Your confidence makes them question their own sense of self. And that can be uncomfortable for those who haven't yet built the same inner fortitude. For those who feel the need to compete with you or challenge your presence, your aura of confidence serves as a reminder that you're not someone easily shaken. It's a natural deterrent. Either they step up to match your strength, or they step back. In James 4:7, we are called to submit yourselves then to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Your confidence is a form of resistance to any negativity or challenges. It's a clear declaration that you stand firm in your truth, and no one can move you unless you allow it. What's truly powerful about this is that your confidence becomes a mirror for others. It forces them to face what they lack or what they haven't yet developed within themselves. They can't hide behind their own pretensions when they're near you. Your quiet strength speaks louder than any boastful words ever could. It's the kind of presence that doesn't seek attention but demands respect simply by existing as you are. And in that respect, you've become a force, one that others both admire and feel uneasy around. Have you noticed how your confidence has shifted the dynamics of your relationships and interactions? It's not just about being seen. It's about commanding a level of respect that others can't help but acknowledge. You've become someone whose presence demands attention, not because you seek it, but because it is the natural result of living in your truth. In a world filled with people trying to perform confidence, you stand as a quiet testament to what true self-assurance looks like. Unshakable, undeniable, and impossible to ignore. Number 6. Your presence evokes unexpected intimidation. Your presence carries an undeniable intensity, an aura that even the most self-assured individuals can't ignore. There's no need for you to assert dominance or project superiority. It's simply the quiet strength of being so authentically grounded that others feel a shift when they're around you. You're not actively trying to stand out, yet the moment you enter a room, a subtle imbalance occurs, leaving people feeling unexpectedly uncertain about themselves. They may not fully understand it, but they sense it deeply. The energy in the room changes, and it unsettles them. In the Proverbs 3:2, we read, "For the Lord will be at your side and will keep your foot from being snared." This is the essence of the quiet strength you exude. Your confidence isn't loud or in your face. It's deeply rooted in your faith and your journey of growth. You don't need to try to control others. Your groundedness alone does the work. People feel it, especially those who are used to being in control themselves. Suddenly, they find themselves off balance in your presence, not accustomed to being affected in such a way by someone who isn't actively seeking attention or recognition. For those who are typically in positions of power, this shift can be unsettling. It's as though an invisible force is exposing their vulnerabilities, amplifying the cracks they've long kept hidden. Luke 12:2 says, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." Your energy does this without effort, bringing to light what others may prefer to keep hidden, making them aware of their own insecurities. They begin to question why your presence affects them so profoundly, why it's so different, so intense, and so difficult to ignore. This kind of unexpected intimidation isn't something you ask for. It's a byproduct of how deeply solid you've become in yourself. The confidence you now carry isn't manufactured. It's the result of resilience, spiritual clarity, and inner peace. People may try to imitate what you have, but they will soon realize it can't be faked or forced. It's something you've earned, and it cannot be replicated by simply mimicking your actions or behaviors. The strength you possess is authentic, and that's what makes it so powerful. 1 Corinthians 16:13 encourages us to be on your guard, stand firm in the faith, be courageous, be strong. This is the kind of strength you embody now, and it has an undeniable effect on those around you. While some may feel drawn to your energy, others may experience a complex mix of envy and frustration. They feel the intimidation because they recognize that this power isn't something they can manufacture. What they see in you is a reflection of what they lack, something they may not even fully understand or be ready to face. Your mere presence becomes a mirror, showing them their own gaps in self-assurance, and in those moments, the real power dynamic becomes crystal clear. Have you noticed how your presence affects others differently now? It's no longer about what you do or say. It's about the unshakable peace and confidence you've cultivated through your journey. This presence, this quiet power, forces people to confront themselves. The intimidation they feel is simply a response to seeing in you what they wish they had, an authenticity that can't be imitated or manipulated. And as they struggle with this reflection, you remain grounded, unaffected, and in your full strength. This is the kind of power that cannot be taken from you, and it's one that others can only admire from a distance. Number 7, an air of sacred mystery. There is a profound depth to your being now, one that draws people in as if they're gazing into a hidden world, an enigmatic realm they desperately wish to explore, but one that will forever remain beyond their grasp. You haven't become a mystery by choice or design. It's a natural byproduct of the person you've become. This isn't something that can be faked or manufactured. It's the result of years of personal growth, deep experiences, and a journey of inner exploration that has shaped you in ways others can't even begin to comprehend. In Psalm 139:14, we're reminded that, "I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made." Your complexity reflects this, crafted by divine hands through life's challenges and triumphs, each experience adding another layer to who you are. And this layering makes you captivating. People may think they know you, but every time they try to peel back the surface, they discover yet another layer, another side of you that they hadn't anticipated. You reveal just enough to intrigue, but always withhold enough to keep them guessing, as if inviting them to see more, but never fully letting them in. This isn't a deliberate attempt to withhold. It's simply that not everyone has the depth or understanding to fully appreciate who you are. 1 Corinthians 2:10 reminds us, "But God has revealed it to us by His Spirit. The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." Just as the Spirit knows the depths of God, you have depths within you that only those truly willing to journey with you can understand. What others see of you at times feels both familiar and elusive, like holding a puzzle piece that never quite fits. And that in itself creates an air of sacred mystery around you. This enigmatic quality makes you irresistibly captivating, but it also stirs feelings of envy in those who can sense the richness of your character. They feel that there is wisdom, experiences, or insights within you that they may never access. And that realization can bother them. It's as if you hold the answers to questions they've been asking, yet the answers remain just out of reach. In Proverbs 25:2, it says, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter. To search out a matter is the glory of kings." You, in a way, embody this divine concealment. There are mysteries about you that are meant to remain veiled, and only those who are truly worthy will uncover them. The more others try to get closer, the more they realize that your complexity cannot be easily accessed or understood. It's not something that can be touched, grasped, or forced. It's a journey they'd have to embark on themselves, one that requires effort, patience, and growth, qualities that many are either unwilling or unable to commit to. For most, the path to truly understanding you is one they will never take. And in the end, you remain an intriguing enigma, both admired and frustrating, captivating yet elusive. Have you noticed how your presence makes others feel both curious and slightly unsettled? It's because they sense the mystery within you, something they can't quite touch, no matter how much they may want to. This sacred mystery you carry challenges them, forcing them to confront the reality that there are depths they may never reach, and that realization leaves them in awe of the journey you've taken. Your life has become an open invitation for those who truly want to explore, but it's one that only the brave or determined will answer. The rest? They'll simply admire from a distance, caught in the allure of your mystery, never fully understanding what it is that makes you so incredibly captivating. Number 8. Your physicality carries a sense of purpose. There's a distinct deliberateness to your every movement now, a quality that exudes purpose in everything you do. It's as if every step you take, every word you speak, is guided by intention. You no longer waste energy on trivial actions or mindless chatter. Every part of you moves with precision, carrying a quiet efficiency that communicates more than any grand gestures could. People around you can feel this sharp focus, even if they can't fully articulate what it is. It's an energy that radiates purpose, an energy that makes it clear you engage in nothing without a reason. Your actions have weight, and it's a force that others are drawn to, even if they don't fully understand it. In Ephesians 5:15-16, we are reminded to be very careful then how you live, not as unwise but as wise, making the most of every opportunity, because the days are evil. Your sense of purpose is an embodiment of this wisdom, guiding you through each moment with clarity. Others notice the difference immediately when they're in your presence. There's a contrast between your focused energy and the more aimless, unfocused energy around you. It's not that they lack direction, it's that your confidence and clarity highlight their own uncertainty. They can feel the difference in the way you carry yourself, and it often leaves them feeling unsettled, as if they are fumbling for something they haven't yet defined. Your life is a living example of a clear path, one that others can sense in themselves, but haven't fully embraced or committed to. Proverbs 3:6 says, "In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight." This is the essence of your being now. Your path is clear, and you walk it with conviction. Others around you may wonder what it is that gives you this sense of direction. Why is it that every small action you take seems to carry so much weight? Whether it's a simple nod, a carefully chosen word, or even a quiet moment of reflection, each gesture has purpose because it is driven by intention. People can't help but be intrigued by this, and often it stirs a desire in them to understand what fuels your sense of clarity and direction. That curiosity can sometimes evolve into envy. Your sense of purpose is unmistakably authentic. It can't be faked. It's not something that can be easily imitated. It's the result of years of introspection, growth, and self-assurance. Most people spend a lifetime seeking the clarity you now embody, but you've already reached that point. When they reflect on your presence, they sense the gap between where you stand and where they are. And that gap is powerful. It shows them how elusive true purpose can be. Jeremiah 29:11 reassures us that God has a purpose for our lives. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." You walk in that divine purpose now, and it's a presence that others feel deeply. Your physicality, the way you move through life, carries the weight of everything you've become. You don't just exist in the world, you engage with it in a way that makes others take notice. It's as if every part of you is infused with intention, and this draws people in, whether they're ready to understand it or not. Your confidence, grounded in purpose, forces others to confront the difference between their own aimlessness and the clarity you possess. In those moments of reflection, they recognize the power of true purpose, a power that can't be replicated or faked. And for many, that realization becomes a call to action, to find their own path, and to walk it with the same conviction and clarity that you do. Number 9, a softness that holds boundaries like iron. In the journey of God's chosen ones, there is an often unseen power that lies beneath a seemingly soft exterior. It's the type of strength that manifests itself as kindness, yet it is as firm and immovable as iron. The quiet strength you possess might be easily overlooked by those who only see the surface, but for those who truly observe, it is clear. You embody a rare combination of compassion and unshakable boundaries. On the surface, you exude warmth, gentleness, and empathy. People are drawn to your presence, finding comfort in the way you listen, care, and show love. But there is something about you that keeps them at a distance, something they can't quite put their finger on. It's not just your kindness that's so remarkable, it's the way you hold your space. People quickly sense that while you are a safe haven, you are not someone to be manipulated or controlled. Your boundaries are like a fortress, invisible yet palpable, ensuring that only those worthy of your energy and attention are allowed access to your inner world. This dynamic is unnerving for some. Many people are used to bending others to their will, using their charm or manipulation to get what they want. But when they encounter you, they're faced with something they cannot understand. Someone who shows tenderness and grace, yet remains immovable in the face of their pressure. They don't know how to cope with the fact that your kindness doesn't mean vulnerability. It means strength, and it means that you've decided what belongs in your life and what does not. In this gentle but firm way, you've set the standard for how you expect to be treated, and by doing so, you've created a space of profound respect. This unwavering boundary has become a source of discomfort for those around you who are accustomed to playing power games. The discomfort they feel is not just about their inability to manipulate you, it's about the realization that they themselves do not possess the strength to be so compassionate, yet so resolute. And that, my friend, is where their envy begins. This is the kind of envy that arises when someone else shows them a way of being they cannot fathom, let alone replicate. They see you as both fascinating and frustrating. Fascinating because of your ability to remain compassionate without losing your resolve, but frustrating because they cannot break through the walls you have built. They are left wondering, how can someone be both kind and unyielding at the same time? How do you maintain such grace without being taken advantage of? In the Bible, we see a powerful example of this balance in Jesus himself. He was gentle and compassionate, healing the sick and showing mercy to those in need, yet he was unwavering in his principles. When the Pharisees tried to trap him with their questions, he did not back down or compromise, but stood firm in his divine purpose. Matthew 21:12-13 tells us, Jesus entered the temple courts and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. It is written, he said to them, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers. This is a perfect example of gentle authority, where Jesus showed both compassion for the temple and firm boundaries when they were violated. Just as Jesus demonstrated this balance, you too have mastered the art of combining strength with kindness. You stand as a beacon of hope for those who need love, yet you also stand as an unyielding force against those who seek to manipulate or control. Could it be that your ability to set boundaries is a gift from God? Is this quiet power of grace and resolve a divine strategy to protect and guide you through the world's challenges? While others are still caught in their games, you walk with the confidence of someone who knows exactly who they are and what they are called to do. What might it look like if you allowed this power to grow even stronger in your life? What would it mean for your relationships and your personal journey if you fully embraced this divine balance of gentleness and strength? As you continue to embrace your divine purpose, remember that your ability to be kind without compromise is not something others can easily replicate. This is your strength. and it's a power that can't be touched by those who seek to control you. You, God's chosen one, have learned to live with grace, strength, and an unwavering boundary that draws respect and even stirs envy. Let this truth settle in your heart. The strength of your boundaries isn't just a defense, but a declaration of your worth. And in that, there is great power. Number 10. Your energy is a reset button for those around you. In your presence, something extraordinary happens. The very atmosphere shifts, and it's as though your energy serves as a reset button for everyone around you. When you walk into a room, it's like the world pauses for a moment. The air seems to vibrate with a different kind of force, and people's energy recalibrates. It's not a conscious act on your part, it's the natural consequence of your deep clarity and inner strength. You don't need to say a word, yet people suddenly become aware of their own emotions and thoughts, often for the first time in a long while. It's as though your presence makes their internal struggles and negative patterns stand out in sharp focus. For some, this shift is a welcome change. Imagine someone trapped in the static of their own life, filled with confusion, stress, and unresolved issues. Then you come into the picture, and it's like their spiritual frequency is tuned to a clearer station. They breathe easier, and suddenly what seemed like an insurmountable mountain of problems becomes manageable. Your authenticity, peace, and inner power radiate out, reminding them of their own potential to rise above their obstacles. It's as if you've opened their eyes to the possibility of change, and they leave your presence feeling lighter, renewed, and ready to take action toward their personal transformation. This is how your energy acts as a reset, clearing away the mental fog and giving others the clarity to begin anew. But not everyone reacts this way. For some, your presence becomes a mirror they are not ready to face. People who are unwilling or afraid to confront the parts of themselves they've been hiding from are often unsettled by your energy. They may find themselves bristling with discomfort or feeling exposed. Your clarity highlights their flaws, the gaps they would rather keep hidden from themselves and the world. It's not that you are trying to point these things out. It's simply that your grounded energy forces them to confront the very things they've been avoiding for so long. And for these individuals, your unwavering peace becomes a source of envy. They see the strength and self-assurance you carry and feel the painful contrast to their own inner turmoil. They struggle to comprehend how you have achieved such a level of clarity and self-mastery, and in doing so, they harbor jealousy toward your peace. In many ways, your energy is like a mirror, one that reveals the truth, but not everyone is prepared to confront what that mirror reflects back at them. This dynamic mirrors a biblical principle found in the Matthew 7:3, which says, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye?" Sometimes people are so caught up in their own self-justifications and insecurities that they fail to see their own shortcomings, only focusing on the flaws of others. Your presence forces them to reckon with these truths, whether they are ready to or not. Have you ever experienced a moment where simply being yourself caused others to suddenly become aware of their own struggles? How did it feel knowing that your authenticity alone could be a catalyst for someone's transformation, or even their discomfort? Number 11, an outward appearance that reflects inner strength. Your outward appearance is not just a surface-level trait. It's a direct reflection of the strength and resilience you carry within. This isn't about projecting an air of perfection or having a meticulously polished look. It's about the subtle way your face, posture, and expressions communicate the struggles you've faced and triumphed over. Each gesture, every movement, reflects the deep, unwavering strength that's been cultivated within you through countless battles, tests, and challenges. This kind of power is not something that can be faked or manufactured. It emanates from within, woven into every fiber of your being. Just as the Bible tells us in 2 Corinthians 4:7, "But we have this treasure in jars of clay, to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us." Your strength is a treasure, a gift from God, that is displayed not in grandiosity, but in the quiet confidence that radiates from your very presence. It's the type of power that cannot be bought or replicated. It's earned, it's lived, and it's built upon the foundation of God's grace and your resilience in the face of adversity. People around you may not always be able to articulate what draws them to you, but they sense it. They feel the weight of your experiences etched in your expression, in the way you carry yourself, and in the way you move through life. It's as if the storms you've weathered have shaped you, refining you in ways that are both beautiful and formidable. Your face tells the story of a life that has been tested, yet you stand unbroken. It is a quiet power, one that speaks volumes about the inner strength you've developed through God's provision and your own perseverance. In moments when others may feel defeated by their trials, they look at you and wonder, what is it about you that exudes such calm? It's in the clarity that shines in your eyes, the unshakable peace in your demeanor, and the silent confidence that surrounds you like a shield. This is not the result of superficial appearance. It's the culmination of countless moments where you stood strong in your faith, where you chose to rise above your circumstances, and where you leaned on God's promises. As Psalm 34:19 says, "The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all." Your strength comes from knowing that God is with you through every challenge, and that He will deliver you, making you stronger with each trial you face. While many long for this level of inner peace and strength, few truly understand how it's achieved. The energy that radiates from you is not a result of fleeting trends or external circumstances. It's the result of enduring and thriving through the struggles that life has thrown your way. People might envy the calm you exude, not realizing that it comes from a deep well of faith and perseverance. Your strength is not something that can be copied or mimicked. It's a reflection of the inner victories you've experienced, the battles you've won, and the wisdom you've gained along the way. Can you remember a time when you rose above an immense challenge, only to emerge stronger, wiser, and more confident than before? How did that experience change you? The beauty of this divine strength is that it doesn't fade. It continues to evolve, growing deeper, like a tree that roots itself more firmly with each passing storm. And as others watch, they begin to see the truth. You're not just carrying strength, you are strength. Your grace, resilience, and quiet confidence are living proof of God's faithfulness and power working in your life. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to have an undeniable glow, a presence that speaks to something greater than their outer appearance? Could it be that, just like David in 1 Samuel 16:7, the Lord doesn't look at the things people look at? People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Your heart is what shines brightest. It's not just about how you look on the outside, it's the inner transformation that makes you irresistible, not just to others, but to God as well. The strength you carry is evident, but its origin lies deep within you. And it's this internal power that others, whether they acknowledge it or not, feel in every encounter with you. This silent yet undeniable force continues to grow and evolve, setting you apart. So, the next time someone admires your peace, your grace, or your strength, remember this: they are seeing the reflection of God's transformative power at work in your life. And that's a beauty that nothing in this world can overshadow. Number 12, a quiet elegance that draws but doesn't chase. There is a quiet elegance that radiates from you, a grace that draws others in without any effort on your part. It is not loud or flashy. There are no grand displays of extravagance, but it commands attention in the most subtle, powerful way. The magnetism you exude doesn't come from striving or forcing connection. Instead, it flows effortlessly, like a calm river that beckons others to come closer. People are naturally intrigued by you, and they feel compelled to understand what makes you so captivating. It's almost as if there's an invisible force, a divine presence that surrounds you, drawing people in, even though you're not trying to win anyone over. This concept aligns closely with the wisdom found in Matthew 6:6. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door and pray to your Father who is unseen, and your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. It's not about making a loud noise or seeking attention. The real power lies in your quiet strength, in the unspoken authority that is both magnetic and unattainable. You simply exist with a kind of effortless grace that is deeply compelling, yet it requires no external validation. You walk in the certainty of who you are, and that confidence in your identity is what makes others look at you in awe. What stands out most is your complete absence of any urgency to impress. There's no hidden agenda, no desperate need for approval from anyone. You don't chase affirmation. You're not concerned with who notices you or who doesn't. This attitude of complete self-assurance creates a paradox that others find hard to comprehend. People are drawn to you, but they can't quite figure out why. The more they try to understand, the more they realize that you aren't trying to win them over. You are comfortable in your own skin, and that is a rare and powerful quality that some can't help but admire, while others find it unsettling. This paradox is where the true power lies. People want to earn your approval. They long to be seen as worthy in your eyes, yet they quickly discover that you don't need them to approve of you in the slightest. There is no hunger for validation, no desperation to be liked, and that causes inner turmoil in those around you. In many ways, your indifference to their opinions challenges their understanding of self-worth. As Proverbs 29:25 tells us, "The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe." You've placed your trust in God, and it's this divine security that enables you to remain unshaken by others' judgments. Your worth comes from something far greater, and that makes your presence both awe-inspiring and, for some, threatening. This silent confidence creates a dynamic of both admiration and resentment. On one hand, they respect your autonomy, the fact that you are independent and content without the need for external approval. On the other hand, that very independence makes them uncomfortable. It's unsettling to them that you are not easily influenced by the opinions or validations of others. Your lack of need for approval is a reminder to them of how little control they have over your perceptions or your emotions. They may begin to feel powerless in your presence, as if their attempts to win your favor are futile. In many ways, your ability to exist without needing the approval of others is a reflection of spiritual maturity, one that is grounded in the truth of God's love and guidance. In Galatians 1:10, Paul reminds us, "Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? Or am I trying to please people? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ." Your ability to walk in God's truth without being swayed by the opinions of others mirrors this passage. It is this inner peace, this divine self-assurance, that makes you stand out in a world that is often consumed by the need for external validation. How many times have you found yourself facing the pressures of society, wondering if you measure up or if you're worthy of others' approval? What would it look like to let go of that need and rest fully in the knowledge that you are already complete in God's eyes? Your presence reminds others of the power of walking in the freedom of self-acceptance, rooted in God's love, not in the fleeting approval of others. People may long for the peace you possess, yet resent you for not needing them to feel fulfilled. But in the end, it is this inner contentment, this quiet strength, that remains. What is it about someone who doesn't seek validation that makes them so magnetic? Could it be that in a world of constant striving, your calm assurance is a breath of fresh air, one that others desperately need but can't quite reach? As you continue to embody this grace and independence, you'll find that you don't need to chase after anyone. Your quiet elegance will continue to draw them in, and that is your power, a power that only grows stronger in the presence of God. The unique dynamic of attraction and resentment that surrounds you creates a powerful tension in those who encounter your presence. It's not something that can be easily explained, but it's something that people feel deeply. On one hand, they are drawn to you, captivated by your energy and the strength that radiates from you. On the other hand, there's something about your presence that makes them feel distant, even uncomfortable. It's as if your very existence challenges them in ways they don't understand. The closer they get, the more they feel the weight of their own insecurities, making them question their own sense of worth in comparison to yours. This paradox is not accidental. It's a reflection of something far deeper. Your inner strength and confidence disrupt the status quo, recalibrating the energy of every room you enter. Proverbs 27:17 tells us, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." Your presence sharpens the people around you, sometimes in ways that are uncomfortable for them, but always in ways that push them to confront their own weaknesses. You become a mirror for others, reflecting what they are yet to achieve, which can spark both admiration and envy in equal measure. And yet, while they may struggle with the emotions your presence provokes, there is an undeniable truth. They cannot look away. There is something magnetic, something pure in your essence that they cannot resist. What makes you extraordinary is not just what others see, but what they feel when they're in your presence. It's the energy you emit, the strength and purity that radiate from you. This silent power forces others to reckon with themselves, to confront the parts of themselves they've hidden or ignored. You do not speak loudly or boast. Instead, your very existence challenges them to rise, to become better, to evolve in ways they might not even be prepared for. In Matthew 5:14, Jesus tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Like that city on a hill, your light shines brightly, illuminating not only your own path, but the paths of those around you. Whether they acknowledge it or not, your very presence calls them to rise to a higher level of being. The way you carry yourself speaks volumes. Your quiet elegance, your unwavering confidence, your ability to stand firm in your boundaries, all of these traits set a standard that others either admire or resent. They cannot replicate the depth of your essence, the strength of your presence, because it is a reflection of a transformation that goes far beyond the external. This evolution is spiritual and mental. It is the result of countless lessons learned, battles fought, and victories won in the silence of your own heart. Just as Romans 12:2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Your transformation is a reflection of a mind and spirit that have been continually renewed and strengthened by God. You have reached a place where your appearance, your essence, and your inner mastery align. This alignment is something that many people are still striving to achieve, and that is where they feel both fascinated and uncomfortable in your presence. In a world where people often seek validation and approval, your indifference to those external measures is a source of both awe and discomfort. You do not chase after anyone's approval. You do not seek validation from the opinions of others. This in itself creates a powerful energy, one that people sense but can't always understand. In John 5:44, Jesus asks, "How can you believe since you accept glory from one another, but do not seek the glory that comes from the only God?" Your pursuit of God's approval and not man's has set you apart, and others can feel that difference in your presence. It is this inner peace, this unshakable confidence that others are drawn to yet struggle to comprehend. They may want to be in your orbit, to bask in the light you emit, but they are unable to grasp the force that keeps them at arm's length. The deeper they try to understand you, the more they realize that you're not something they can possess or control. This discomfort is a reflection of their inner struggles, the parts of themselves they are still grappling with. But through it all, you remain steadfast. You don't chase approval. You don't waste your energy trying to impress anyone, because you know your worth is not defined by others' opinions. You simply exist, rooted in the knowledge that your presence alone challenges those around you to grow, to become better, and to rise above their own limitations. How often have you found that your presence alone changes the energy of a room? Do you realize that your very existence, your confidence, and your peace challenge others to confront their own inner struggles? What if the power you hold isn't just in your actions, but in the way your being forces others to reckon with their own weaknesses and desires for validation? Your unshakable presence is a gift, one that is not only meant to transform your life, but also to inspire transformation in others. As you continue to walk in this divine strength, remember that it is not just what you see in the mirror that makes you remarkable. It is the unseen, the intangible power that flows from your spirit, the transformation that cannot be replicated, and the energy you bring into the world. And as others feel the impact of that energy, they will be forever changed, whether they acknowledge it or not. We've just explored a journey of strength and resilience where true confidence and peace don't need to be proven. They simply exist. The most important thing to remember is that true strength comes from within, from everything you've experienced and learned throughout your life. You don't need the approval or validation of others because you are already complete in yourself. If you found value and inspiration in what we've shared today, I invite you to stick around and subscribe to the channel. You're not just a viewer, you're part of something bigger. Let's continue diving into the extraordinary, the untouchable, and the real together. Thank you so much for being here. If you'd like to support the channel, consider using Super Thanks. Whether you choose to donate or not, your presence and support mean the world to me. I'm truly grateful for each and every one of you. Don't forget to like this video, share it with those who need to hear this message, and leave a comment below. Your thoughts and feedback help grow this community, and your engagement means everything. Stay strong, be at peace, and may God bless you abundantly. I can't wait to see you in the next video, and remember, you are a vital part of this journey. Have you ever paused to notice that something is different about you? Perhaps it's the way you see yourself in the mirror, or the way others look at you now, curious, almost intrigued by a transformation they can't fully explain. Your friends, colleagues, and even strangers seem to sense it. But what is truly happening? For those who are chosen, this change is not just skin deep. It's not because of a new skincare routine or diet. No, it's much deeper than that. God is the one transforming you. God's chosen ones. God changed your appearance. You keep looking better, and no one knows why. This transformation is not something the world can fully comprehend because it's rooted in the divine. As you draw closer to God, your inner spiritual growth begins to radiate outward. Others can see it, but they don't understand it. Those who are spiritually stagnant, who are stuck in the routines of life, look at you with curiosity, noticing the undeniable difference. While they wrestle with the inevitable effects of time, you seem untouched, even rejuvenated. But what they don't know is that the source of your renewal is far beyond their grasp. It's God working in your life in ways that transcend human understanding. You have been chosen, and that calling goes beyond just your soul. It reflects even in your physical appearance. The changes people notice in you, the glow, the radiance, are not the result of something you bought or applied. It's the work of God's hand upon you. Your body is mirroring the transformation taking place within your spirit. As your relationship with God deepens, your outward appearance begins to reflect the beauty and grace of the spiritual connection. It's as if your very being is a testimony to the divine work happening within. But why you? Why not others? This is the question many silently ask as they notice the change. What is it that makes you different? The answer is simple. You were chosen. God has selected you for a special purpose, and His touch on your life extends beyond just your spirit to include your body. The more you walk with Him, the more this divine light shines through you, visible in your eyes, your skin, and even your posture. No product or lifestyle change can mimic this transformation because it's not something the world can offer. It's a reflection of God's grace. Your transformation is about more than just appearance. It's about purpose. What others don't see is the spiritual journey behind the change. For the chosen ones, this physical renewal is a reflection of an ongoing spiritual process. It's the result of prayer, devotion, and moments spent in silence with God. Each step toward your divine purpose is shaping you into the person you are becoming. What others see on the outside is only a glimpse of a far greater work happening within. While the world chases beauty through products and procedures, your renewal comes from the source of life itself, from a spiritual connection that only the chosen ones truly understand. God is not only renewing your mind and spirit, but also your body, and this renewal is visible to those around you. Perhaps you've noticed people glancing your way more often, their eyes lingering in silent admiration or curiosity. They might even ask, "What's your secret? What are you doing differently?" But the truth is, this transformation has nothing to do with anything they can buy or replicate. It's God's work. He is molding you into a vessel that reflects His glory, and that transformation is shining through every aspect of your life. This glow, this renewed energy, isn't a mystery to those who understand God's power. It's a natural outcome of living a life surrendered to Him. The changes in your appearance are simply outward signs of the deeper spiritual work God is doing in your life. Your physical transformation is proof of His divine power at work. He is not only renewing your heart and mind, but also your body, because you were chosen to carry a special calling. And while the world tries to make sense of what they see, they cannot comprehend the depth of the journey you are on. What they witness is just the surface of a spiritual transformation that runs much deeper than appearances. For those who are chosen, this renewal is a mark of their divine connection to God. It's as though God is wiping away the signs of fatigue, stress, and the wear of life, replacing them with vitality, strength, and an undeniable glow. But why do others not experience this same transformation? This question often arises when they look at you, trying to understand why, while others seem to age and struggle, you appear to move in the opposite direction. The answer is simple. They were not called in the same way. While the world clings to what is physical and temporary, the chosen ones experience renewal because they walk a different path, a path God Himself has laid before them. Consider the words of Isaiah 40:31. "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." This scripture is not just a promise for the future, but a reality you are living right now. Your strength, your radiance, your transformation, These are all the results of placing your hope in the Lord. And as you continue to walk in faith, the world will keep noticing, but they will never fully understand. For what you carry is not of this world. It is a reflection of the divine purpose God has placed in you. So, ask yourself, what is God transforming in you today? How is your life a reflection of His work? These questions are not just for you, but for those watching from the sidelines, curious and drawn to the change they can't explain. They may never fully understand, but they cannot deny the light that shines through you, a light that only the chosen ones can carry. It's not about comparison, it's about purpose. You have been chosen for something far greater, and that divine choice encompasses every part of you, including your physical appearance. While others remain trapped in the monotony of their routines, you are flourishing in ways that are not only spiritual, but also visible in your body. Those who walk without a divine purpose often bear the weight of time, stress, and routine. Their faces show the lines of worry, and their bodies bend under the pressure of everyday responsibilities. Fatigue is evident in their eyes, and their spirits seem weighed down. But for the chosen ones, the opposite happens. As you draw nearer to God, each step in your spiritual journey lifts you, filling you with vitality and radiance. Your physical transformation is a reflection of the freedom and peace you found in God. Psalm 103:5 says, "Who satisfies your desires with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles." This verse perfectly captures the essence of what is happening to you. Your appearance isn't just changing for aesthetic reasons, it's a manifestation of God's work in your life, renewing you from the inside out. Others may look at you with curiosity, wondering where this invisible strength and youthfulness come from. They search for explanations in diets, routines, or lifestyle changes. But what they cannot see is that you have been set apart for a higher purpose. The radiance they notice in you is not just skin deep. It is the visible expression of a profound spiritual transformation. God's purpose for you shines through, affecting every aspect of your being. While those around you remain tied to what is temporary, struggling to maintain their appearance through external means, you are connected to something eternal, and your body reflects this truth. Your eyes, once weary, now shine with a newfound intensity. Your skin, once showing the marks of time, appears smoother and more vibrant, almost as if the very life within you is radiating outward. Your posture, once hunched from the burdens of life, is now straightened with the confidence that comes from knowing who you are in Christ. This transformation is not superficial. It is a physical manifestation of the divine purpose that God has placed upon you. But why does this happen to you and not to others? The answer lies in your divine calling. You are not living for the temporary things of this world. Your focus is on the eternal. As the 2 Corinthians 4:16 says, "Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day." For those who are chosen, this renewal is not just spiritual, it overflows into the physical realm as well. The world may continue to search for answers, but what you have is a direct result of your walk with God. Ask yourself, have you noticed this change in your own life? Have you felt lighter, freer, as if the weight of the world no longer pulls you down? This is the power of divine transformation. What others see is just a glimpse of the deeper purpose you are living out. And this purpose gives life to every part of your being, from the spirit to the body. You are flourishing not just because of what you do, but because of who you are, God's chosen. This isn't a transformation that the world can explain, but it's one they cannot deny. The glow, the vitality, the strength you now carry, it all points back to the God who has set you apart. So, why do others struggle while you seem to rise? It's not because of external factors, but because you have tapped into the eternal source of life. While others try to fight the effects of time with temporary solutions, you are walking in the freedom and purpose of the eternal God. That is why your transformation is both spiritual and physical. It's a testament to the divine work happening within you. So, the next time someone asks, "What's your secret?" you can smile, knowing that what they see is the result of something far greater than any human effort. It's the reflection of a life surrendered to God, a life marked by purpose, and a transformation that only the chosen ones can fully understand. This physical renewal is one of the ways God prepares you for the mission He has designed specifically for you. The transformation you are experiencing on the outside is just one part of a greater divine process. God is strengthening you in every dimension, mentally, spiritually, and physically, because the mission He has entrusted to you requires complete readiness. You are being shaped to become a true reflection of His glory here on earth, and this must be evident in every aspect of your life, including your body. For the chosen ones, this renewal is not just about inner growth, but also about the outward manifestation of God's power at work in their lives. The mission requires your full being, mind, spirit, and body, aligned with God's purpose. He is preparing you to carry His light fully, and that preparation becomes a testimony to those around you. God is transforming you in a way that the world cannot grasp. When others look at you, they may only notice the surface, a more youthful appearance, a more serene demeanor. But what they cannot see is the profound spiritual transformation happening beneath. For the chosen ones, this outward renewal is a direct reflection of the spiritual growth occurring within. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This scripture applies to every part of your being, because as you surrender more to the divine purpose, your entire being, including your body, responds to God's work. What others fail to comprehend is that your physical transformation is the result of being aligned with God's will. He is shaping you, not just spiritually, but physically as well, so that you can be a living testimony of His glory. Each day, as you walk closer with Him, your appearance begins to radiate more of His light. Those around you can't help but notice this change, and it often generates curiosity, even envy. Why? Because while the world continues to struggle with the effects of time, you seem to be defying it, growing stronger and more vibrant with each passing day. People who are not spiritually connected to God may look at you and wonder why they continue to bear the visible weight of time and stress, while you appear to be getting younger, more radiant. They search for logical explanations, perhaps a new diet, a new product, but they fail to realize that what's happening to you goes beyond anything human. This transformation comes from God Himself, and because they don't understand it, their confusion often leads to envy. But you know that this difference is the result of being chosen by God. The change in your body is a visible sign of the divine calling that He has placed upon you. God has chosen you for something far greater than what can be seen with human eyes, and as a mark of His divine choice, He is transforming your exterior as well as your interior. Your appearance now reflects the profound spiritual work happening inside of you. This is the gift of being chosen by God. You carry not only a spiritual mission, but that mission shines through in every aspect of your life, even in the way you present yourself to the world. God is not only shaping your soul, He is also shaping your body, making it a vessel through which His glory can be seen. Consider 2 Corinthians 4:16, which reminds us, "Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day." For the chosen ones, even the outward wasting away is reversed, as God's renewal touches both the inner and the outer being. Your body becomes a reflection of the work God is doing within, and this physical transformation is part of the evidence that His presence is actively working through you. While the world tries to rely on temporary fixes to appear youthful, your vitality comes from an eternal source, God Himself. So, the next time you notice how different you look and feel, remember that it's not just for your own benefit. It's part of your divine mission to reflect God's glory. You are a living, breathing testament to His transformative power. And that's why others are drawn to you, even if they don't fully understand it. They see the light in you, they sense the change, and they are left with questions. Questions that lead back to the only true source of life and renewal, God. In everything you do, let this transformation be a reminder that you are chosen, set apart for a greater purpose. God's work in you is visible for the world to see, and that visibility is part of your testimony. You are a reflection of His glory on earth, a living example of how God's touch can renew not just the soul, but the entire being. To others, this transformation may seem perplexing, even unfair. They observe how you seem to defy the natural course of aging, standing out in a way that draws attention. Some are curious, silently wondering what you're doing differently. Others may speculate that you have some hidden secret to your vitality. What they fail to grasp is that this change isn't something you orchestrate by yourself. It is a byproduct of being chosen by God. The transformation you're experiencing is not cosmetic or temporary. It is a divine work, and its effects are visible in your appearance, energy, and presence. And as this change becomes more apparent, you start to realize something profound. You don't need to explain it to anyone. This transformation is a sacred process between you and God, something only those walking the same spiritual path can truly understand. Even if you try to explain, many will not fully comprehend. They live in a world bound by the physical, seeing only what is on the surface, while you are part of a journey that transcends the visible realm. Your transformation is living proof of God's power, whether others understand it or not. And that's the beauty of this divine journey. You don't have to justify or defend what God is doing in your life. Your renewed appearance, your energy, your very presence are already testimonies of His work. Day by day, you feel yourself growing stronger, more vibrant. It's not just about how you look, but about the inner strength that's filling you, the vitality that flows from within. While others complain about the fatigue and challenges that life brings, you find yourself filled with renewed energy, able to face obstacles that once seemed overwhelming. This strength, reflected in your body and spirit, is a divine gift. God is preparing you for something greater, and He's giving you the physical and spiritual resources to fulfill that mission. Isaiah 40:31 echoes this truth. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. This strength, this renewal, is a clear mark of God's hand at work in your life. What others perceive as merely an aesthetic change, a youthful glow, a brighter energy, is actually the visible manifestation of a profound spiritual renewal. Your life is aligned with divine purpose, and that alignment is transforming every part of your being. Many people spend their entire lives trying to fight the signs of aging, clinging to youth through superficial means. But the chosen ones walk a different path. You are not chasing after youth or vitality. They are flowing into your life because you are aligned with the Creator's plan. This physical renewal is simply a reflection of the grace that now governs your life, an outward sign of an inward transformation. Your appearance becomes a visible testament to the grace of God, and this transformation isn't just for show. It's proof of something much deeper. God is shaping you not only to live a life of purpose, but to be a living testimony of His power. When others look at you, He wants them to see beyond the physical and catch a glimpse of the spiritual truth you carry. They may not be able to fully name or understand it, but they will sense that something extraordinary is happening within you. Your body is now a reflection of the light that dwells within, a light that cannot be ignored. This glow is not just external beauty, it's the mark of the chosen ones. It's a beauty that doesn't fade or diminish with time, but only intensifies as your connection with God deepens. You are carrying a divine grace that radiates from within, and that radiance draws others, leaving them curious, intrigued, and perhaps even a bit envious. But more than that, it inspires them, even if they cannot fully comprehend its source. Ultimately, this transformation is about purpose. It is God preparing you for the mission He has called you to. And as you walk in that purpose, every part of you, mind, spirit, and body, reflects the glory of the Creator. You're a living witness to the power of God's renewal, and that testimony speaks louder than words. So, you don't need to explain or justify. Your life, your appearance, your strength, these are all signs of God's work, visible to all but fully understood by only a few, and that is the beauty of being chosen. While others try to understand the change they see in you, you walk in peace, peace that comes from a source they cannot access. This transformation you're experiencing is not just about your outward appearance, but is rooted in a peace that surpasses all understanding, a gift from God. Philippians 4:7 speaks of this peace, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. This peace is reflected in your lightness, your glow, and your energy. The world may attempt to decipher the mystery of your transformation, but they don't realize that God is caring for every detail of your life, including your body. What may seem like an enigma to them is, for you, confirmation that you are walking the right path. Your outward appearance has become an extension of your spiritual journey, a testament to the fact that you have been chosen by God. You have been set apart for something far greater than what you or anyone around you could imagine. The physical transformation you're undergoing is not just about looking youthful or radiant. God is preparing your body to sustain the mission He has assigned to you. Every change you experience, whether in energy, vitality, or appearance, is part of His divine plan. Your body is being shaped to carry the weight of His glory. This is not simply a superficial change. It is a profound, visible manifestation of the spiritual work happening within you. And while the world struggles to understand this transformation, you know that it's only the beginning of the greater work God is doing in your life. But this renewal is more than a gift, it's a responsibility. God has chosen you, and with that choice comes a calling. Your physical transformation, your vitality, and your energy are not just for your benefit. They are meant to draw others to God. When people see you, they will notice something different, something they cannot quite explain but that captivates them. This change in you becomes an opportunity, a gateway for others to be drawn into the testimony of what God can do in a life that is fully surrendered to Him. You were chosen to shine, and your body is one of the ways God is showcasing His glory through you. Matthew 5:14 says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. This light within you cannot be concealed." The transformation you're experiencing is not just an internal shift. It is a tangible, visible change. People around you see it and feel it, even if they don't fully understand where it comes from. Your transformation was designed to be noticed, so that your life becomes a testimony that inspires others to seek their own spiritual renewal. God is using your physical change to demonstrate the profound impact of walking in alignment with His will. This transformation will evoke a variety of reactions in others. Some will be drawn to you, intrigued by the change they see. They will want to know what's different about you, what you're doing that has caused such a dramatic shift. Others, however, may feel uncomfortable or even unsettled by your transformation. While you flourish, some may remain stuck in their own stagnation, and this contrast can lead to envy. The renewal of the chosen ones is a blessing to those who see it as inspiration, but a mystery to those who are disconnected from God. And as a chosen one, you must understand that these reactions are part of your journey. You may even notice that certain people distance themselves as your light grows brighter. As your body reflects the spiritual renewal happening within, some may feel intimidated by the contrast between your transformation and their own lack of growth. But you must not be shaken by this. Your path is different. Your journey is guided by God, and this journey will inevitably lead to separation. As your light intensifies, some may not be able to handle the difference, and that's natural. The chosen ones carry a light that, for some, is too challenging to face. Your mission is to keep moving forward, regardless of the reactions around you. God is setting you apart for something much greater, and in this process of being set apart, there will be a clear distinction, even in your physical appearance. You no longer fit into the world's pattern because you are being shaped by something divine. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Your transformation is a reflection of this renewal, and it extends beyond the mind to include your body, your energy, and your spirit. Your physical change is simply one part of the much deeper work God is doing in you. It's visible proof of His presence in your life. And while others may try to understand or even resist the light that you carry, you're on a path that transcends their understanding. Your body, your appearance, and your vitality are now instruments of God's purpose, and that transformation is a testimony to His power at work in you. Keep walking in peace, knowing that you are chosen and that your transformation is part of a much greater plan. God is preparing you, and this preparation is an all-encompassing transformation of body, soul, and spirit. The chosen ones are called to live on a higher plane, and this calling is visible in every area of their lives, including their physical appearance. The distinction you carry is impossible to overlook. God makes your transformation so clear that even those who are most distracted cannot help but notice something profound has changed in you. It's as if a new light, an aura, surrounds your entire being, something that transcends mere physical beauty. Your appearance now reflects a peace that cannot be fabricated, a youth that cannot be bought. The body of the chosen ones responds to God's divine touch in a way others cannot comprehend. They may search for logical explanations, but the truth is simple. God is renewing you, and this renewal is living proof of His power at work in your life. For the chosen ones, this visible transformation is not merely about looking or feeling better. It serves as a constant reminder of their greater mission. You are not being transformed for superficial reasons. This is preparation for something divine. Your physical renewal is part of your calling to be a beacon, a living example of what God can do in the lives of those who follow Him with unwavering faith. Your body, now rejuvenated, becomes an instrument in God's hands, a visible reflection of His glory. This transformation cannot be hidden because it is a divine declaration. You have been chosen, and your appearance is a visible sign of that choice. To many, this change may seem miraculous. Some will ask what your secret is, hoping to unlock what they perceive to be some new earthly method for renewal. Others may silently attempt to replicate what they see in you, believing that they can achieve the same results through human effort. But what they don't understand is that the miracle isn't rooted in the physical. It's deeply spiritual. The chosen ones do not seek external methods or quick fixes. They seek God, and in seeking the Creator, their outer transformation naturally aligns with the inner work being done. It is God's presence in your life that makes this renewal possible and so apparent. He is the one shaping every part of your being, making your body a living testimony of His power. The beauty you now carry is supernatural. It's not just about a youthful glow or a more confident posture. Your transformation runs much deeper than what is seen on the surface. It's a light, an energy, a divine presence that you carry with you everywhere. People may not fully understand it, but they know something about you is profoundly different. And no matter how much they try to ignore or rationalize it, this change speaks volumes on its own. You are chosen, and this fact is evident in every part of your body, in every expression you make. There is no logical explanation that can fully capture what God is doing in you, because it is a work that transcends the visible and the earthly. What you are experiencing is not a one-time transformation, but a constant, ongoing renewal. God didn't transform you once and then leave the process unfinished. He is continuously working in your life, refining and renewing you each day. Every time you draw closer to Him, the transformation becomes more pronounced. Your body, your face, your energy, everything is being renewed by His divine touch. The chosen ones live in this continuous state of renewal because God is always active in their lives. While others view time as something that depletes and wears them down, you, as a chosen one, live in the reality that God renews what time seeks to diminish. Isaiah 40:31 tells us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." This scripture captures the essence of your experience. While others struggle under the weight of time, you are being lifted, constantly rejuvenated by the hand of God. This renewal is both spiritual and physical, a process that only the chosen ones fully understand. To others, what you are living may seem impossible. They see the world around them aging, time taking its toll, and they cannot fathom how someone could continually be renewed. But you know the truth. It's not through human efforts or external means that this happens. Your renewal comes directly from God, the eternal source of life. What time tries to consume, God restores. Your life, body, and spirit are continuously transformed by His grace. And that is a gift the world may never fully understand, but it is one that you will carry as part of your divine calling. This renewal is proof of God's ongoing work in your life, and it is a reminder of the special mission He has for you. You are living evidence of what it means to walk in faith, surrender fully to God, and experience His transformative power. Every prayer you make, every moment of surrender, and every decision to walk with God transforms not only your soul, but also your body. God takes care of every detail of your life, including how you present yourself to the world. The physical transformation you're experiencing is an integral part of the testimony of the chosen ones. To the world, this transformation is a mystery, something they attempt to rationalize through material explanations, but they fail to grasp that this change comes directly from God. He chose you, and with that choice comes a transformation that is visible to all. It's not just your inner self that's being renewed. God allows this inner transformation to radiate through your exterior, making it clear to everyone around you that something divine is happening within. This transformation is one of the ways God sets you apart and distinguishes you. He desires that His glory be reflected in your life, and your physical appearance becomes a visible sign of that glory. As you are set apart, people around you will take notice, even if they can't quite put it into words. They sense that something is different. While they remain confined by physical limitations, trapped in the struggles of aging, fatigue, and stress, you walk a different path. Your physical transformation is a visible sign that you're on a journey with God, and it often unsettles those who have not yet found their own way. They see in you what they cannot achieve on their own, and this creates a sense of distance. But this distance is the very reflection of the divine distinction God has placed upon you. The distinction of the chosen ones is always evident, no matter how much time passes. In fact, this difference becomes more apparent over time. While others fight to preserve you through superficial means, you live in a different reality. Your appearance, your vitality, and your energy are all direct consequences of your walk with God. The closer you draw to Him, the more your body reflects this intimacy. This is the divine distinction that sets the chosen ones apart in the world. You have not only been chosen for a spiritual mission, but to carry in your body the visible signs of this choice. The bodies of the chosen ones become living symbols of what God can do. While others bear the physical marks of life's struggles, the chosen ones seem to shed those burdens. God erases the scars of time, removes the signs of stress, and brings forth a renewed and restored version of you. This transformation is not about vanity or superficial beauty, it's about purpose. God wants the world to see His power, His ability to renew and restore, and He uses the bodies of the chosen ones as living testimonies of that power. When you walk in His light, you embody the message of renewal. The transformation you are experiencing is not an option, it's an inevitable part of being chosen. When God selects someone, He begins to transform every aspect of their life. There is no separation between the spiritual and the physical. The two are deeply interconnected. As you grow spiritually, your body responds. Your physical appearance becomes a reflection of the spiritual journey you're on, and you begin to carry the marks of God's grace in your own skin. Even those who do not fully understand what they see recognize that there is something different about you, and that difference is undeniable. While the world battles against the natural consequences of time, the chosen ones seem to defy its effects. Time, which wears down the bodies of most, seems to have the opposite effect on you. But this is not a result of human effort or luck. It is God's hand at work. He is renewing your soul, and that renewal overflows into your physical being. This physical renewal is a clear message to the world. The chosen ones live by a different rhythm. They walk in a dimension beyond the visible, where God's power manifests tangibly and visibly. This distinction will always be present, not as a source of pride, but as a testimony. As 2 Corinthians 4:16 reminds us, though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For the chosen ones, even the outward fading away is reversed by God's constant renewal. Your transformation, both inside and out, speaks to the world of God's grace and power. Every step you take in your spiritual journey is mirrored by a transformation in your physical body, and that transformation shines as a beacon for others to see. In this process, God shows that His renewal is holistic. It's not just about your spiritual growth, but about every aspect of your being. You are a living testament to His ability to renew everything, your mind, your heart, and your body. While others rely on temporary worldly solutions to maintain their appearance, you are sustained by the eternal source of life. God is actively at work, renewing what time seeks to take away. This is the essence of the chosen one's journey, walking in the power of divine renewal, where every part of you reflects the glory of God. The physical transformation of the chosen ones is a reflection of their spiritual mission. God is not only preparing you to live an extraordinary life, but He is also molding you into a living testimony of His presence. The visible changes in your appearance are undeniable proof that God is actively working in your life. While the world tirelessly battles against the signs of aging, you thrive because your life is aligned with the Creator. Your body, renewed and full of vitality, serves as an outward expression of a profound spiritual calling. This transformation is more than just a change in appearance. It's a declaration that you are walking a path uniquely guided by God's hand. This distinction, though obvious to those around you, is often incomprehensible to them. They may be left wondering how you've changed so much without resorting to significant efforts, and some may even feel intimidated. For most people, physical changes are the result of procedures, habits, or something within their control. But for the chosen ones, the transformation is beyond their control. It is God who is at the helm. This divine transformation confounds the world because it defies logical explanation. Each day you are becoming more of a living reflection of God's work, and that perplexes those who watch. For the chosen ones, the body mirrors the soul's journey. It's not just a physical transformation, but the spirit, increasingly aligned with God, begins to overflow, manifesting in visible ways. Your body is a canvas for the light you carry within, and people notice, even if they don't fully comprehend what they're witnessing. While time seems to march forward for others, for you, it feels as though it moves differently. God is continually shaping you, rejuvenating you. This is not something you asked for, but it is a natural result of being chosen. And this divine choice transforms you into something beyond the world's understanding. As you continue to walk with God, your body responds in kind. The energy, vitality, and strength that radiate from within are all evidence of your divine connection with the Creator. God is not only strengthening your mind and spirit, but also your physical body. What others perceive as a mystery is actually a profound spiritual process. The chosen ones know that this transformation cannot be imitated by any earthly means, for it is the result of divine intervention. God is working from the inside out, making your appearance an expression of the journey He has set before you. More than just a physical renewal, this change is also a sign of divine protection. God is not merely shaping you to look better. He's preparing you for a greater purpose and shielding you from the wear and tear that affects those who do not walk with Him. Your body is being fortified because you carry something precious, and that protection is reflected in your physical form. While others are anxious about aging, you rest in the assurance that God is taking care of every detail, from your health to the vitality that you embody. This is one of the defining marks of the chosen ones, divine protection that is visible even in the physical realm. The truth is simple. You have been chosen for something far greater than you can imagine, and that choice affects not only your spirit, but also your body. God is continuously renewing you, molding you to reflect His glory in every aspect of your life. This physical transformation, which defies explanation, is proof that you are living on a different plane, one where time and human limitations have no power over you. You were chosen, and this divine selection is evident in every part of your being, including your physical appearance, which now serves as a living testimony of what God can do in the life of someone who follows Him wholeheartedly. If you found this message inspiring, don't forget to hit the like button below and subscribe so you never miss out on our content. By doing so, you'll be helping to spread this powerful message to other chosen ones who are going through their own transformation. Also, be sure to share this video with someone who needs to hear this message and leave a comment below to encourage others on their journey. A heartfelt thank you to all of you who support us. Your encouragement helps us improve our videos every day and deliver the best possible content. Greetings, dear chosen ones. Today we gather not by coincidence, but by a greater call that resonates within our hearts. You who are here know that your life has always had a different flavor, a quest that goes beyond the ordinary. From an early age, you realized that you didn't fit into the patterns around you. There was something about you that couldn't be explained, a feeling of being a stranger in your own life, carrying questions and longings that others seemed not to understand. Deep down, your soul always knew there was something special destined for you. It's no accident that, since you were young, you looked at the world with eyes that saw beyond appearances. While others lived in the rhythm of superficiality, you felt a weight on your shoulders, a responsibility that you couldn't always explain. This maturity, which seemed to come from somewhere else, was not a mistake. It was a sign that you were called to something that transcends the ordinary. The childhood and youth of a chosen one are rarely easy. You faced struggles that seemed bigger than you could bear. Anxiety, fear, and the constant feeling of being out of place were part of your journey. There were moments when you wondered why you were different, why you couldn't simply fit in. Friends and family didn't see the world as you did. What was important to them often didn't make sense to you, and in this mismatch, you found solitude and misunderstanding. But what if these struggles were never a mistake? What if every challenge you faced was part of a necessary training? Every tear, every moment of doubt was shaping your soul. You were being prepared, polished like a diamond that goes through the fire. Without even realizing it, you were growing in wisdom, strength, and faith. God's chosen ones, you are old in reverse. Over time, something started to change within you. Slowly but steadily, a silent transformation took shape. You began to realize that your difference was not a burden, but a gift. God was working in your life, even in the moments when you seemed most lost. He was calming the internal storms, bringing a peace that cannot be bought or explained. You started to take care of yourself in a new way. It wasn't just about appearance or vanity, but about honoring the body and soul that God gave you. You began to nourish your mind with thoughts of hope, your spirit with sincere prayers, and your body with the care it always deserved. This new way of living started to reflect outwardly. Today, when you look in the mirror, you see a new version of yourself. The aged appearance of someone who carried the weight of the world has been replaced by the glow of renewal. It's not that the problems disappeared, but you now know who you are and whom you trust. There is a calm that shows on your face, a light that comes from the presence of God dwelling within you. People around you are beginning to notice something different. You are no longer those who get lost in the chaos of everyday life. Now you are anchors of peace, even amid the storms. There is strength in your eyes, a confidence in your gestures that didn't exist before, and this doesn't go unnoticed. Some feel attracted to this change, while others may feel threatened, but this is part of the journey. You are called to be light in a world often immersed in darkness. Your presence is a living testimony of what God's grace can do. You are proof that even in the toughest situations, there is a way out, there is hope. Remain steadfast, dear chosen ones, for what God began in your lives, He is faithful to complete. As you move forward in your journeys, you look back and see the scars you carry, marks of a past that tried to define who you were. You remember the days when you felt lost, trapped in spirals of fear and anxiety, struggling to understand why you seemed different from everyone around you. You saw a reflection in the mirror that didn't match the image you had of yourself. It seemed that the person looking back carried more than your young body could bear. Each of these scars tells a story, not of defeat but of resilience. The anxiety, the fear, the feeling of not belonging, all these tense emotions that you faced were parts of the path God used to shape you. You were thrown into the fire of life, and like gold purified by the flame, you were also refined. What once seemed like a burden has turned into strength, and what once seemed unbearable is now a memory of overcoming. Looking at these marks is no longer as painful as it once was. It is an act of recognition. You understand that the internal battles were not failures but lessons that strengthened your faith and gave you clarity about who you really are. You have gone from feeling like victims of circumstances to being warriors who triumph over them, transforming pain into purpose. With each memory, you see God's care, guiding, protecting, and sustaining you, even in moments when everything seemed lost. Over time, you realize that your identity was not lost, but merely dormant. This phase of rediscovery was not easy, as it meant leaving behind expectations, fears, and old beliefs that no longer served you. It was a process of rescuing the essence, a return to your true self, free of the masks the world tried to impose. You stopped seeking validation from external things and began to strengthen yourself in who God says you are. You began to connect with the true source of your identity, God. By distancing yourself from the noise around you, you began to hear the inner voice that had always been there, waiting to be heard. This return to your spiritual roots brought you peace, a sense of wholeness that nothing else could provide. You learned to love and care for yourself, not as the world teaches, but as God teaches, with respect, honor, and gratitude for every part of who you are. And this rediscovery was more than just internal. It was reflected in how you live, how you present yourself, and how you interact with the world. You stopped trying to fit into molds that were never made for you, and started to create your own paths, guided by the faith and truth that burn in your heart. What was once a burden is now a crown of authenticity and freedom. Now you walk with a light that cannot be ignored. It's a different glow that doesn't fade with others' approval or with criticism. This light reflects the divine presence within you, the peace you found on your journey, and the strength cultivated in the toughest moments. You no longer seek to be understood by everyone, for you know that not everyone is ready to understand what God has placed within you. This light attracts those who are also searching for something deeper, for a truth that transcends appearances. But at the same time, this light can also intimidate those still trapped in their own darkness. You will notice that while some will be inspired by your journey, others may feel uncomfortable or even threatened by the transformation you display. But none of this should divert you from your mission. Those who approach do so because they feel called to a similar transformation. They see in you a living example that it is possible to overcome internal struggles and find peace. For them, you are a beacon, a hope that there is something beyond suffering and confusion. For others who have not yet understood their own journey, your light will be like a mirror, reflecting everything they still need to face. You now understand that your journey is not just about your own victories, but about touching the lives of those still seeking answers. God didn't allow you to go through all of this for no reason. Every experience you've lived, every fall and every restart, now serves as a source of inspiration and wisdom for others. You have become voices of hope, living testimonies that divine grace can redeem even the darkest moments. The new purpose you embrace is not something you need to invent. It was already within you, waiting for the right moment to be activated. You were called to influence, to impact, and to transform not only your own lives, but also those of the people who cross your path. Every word you say, every act of kindness, and every demonstration of faith is a seed planted in someone's heart. This new purpose is about living authentically, knowing that the world needs what you carry. It's not about being perfect, but about being true, about reflecting God's light in a world that often lives in shadows. You are the hands, the feet, and the voices God uses to reach the lost, comfort the afflicted, and lift those who have fallen. You have reached a point in your journeys where your understanding of yourselves and the world around you has profoundly transformed. It's not just an external change, but a true internal awakening. You have learned to recognize the signs that God sends, to listen to the intuition that guides your steps, and to trust the gentle voice of the Holy Spirit that speaks to your heart. It's as if the veils that covered reality have been lifted, allowing you to see clearly the purpose of every experience lived. You understand that the choices you make daily have an eternal impact, not only on your lives, but also on those around you. The call you have answered is not static. It grows, expands, and touches other lives. You are like seeds planted in fertile soil, germinating and bearing fruits that will feed many. This is the legacy of the chosen ones, not living for themselves, but for the mission God has entrusted to you. You carry this strength in everything you do, whether in the way you treat people, how you face difficulties, or how you rise after a fall. Everything reflects God's presence in your life. You are no longer defined by past failures or fears that once paralyzed you. On the contrary, these experiences are now seen as fuel to keep moving forward, to turn what was pain into purpose and what was failure into victory. The impact of this transformation goes beyond what you can imagine. Each step taken in faith, every word spoken in love, has the power to transform not only your life, but also those who watch your journey. You have become living examples that when God is in control, there is no limit to what can be achieved. It is this strength that will continue to guide you, even on the darkest days. As you advance, what is left behind is not just a story of struggles, but a legacy of overcoming and faith. This legacy is not made of material things, but something far more valuable: the transformation of lives. You leave a mark on the hearts of everyone who has the privilege of knowing your story. This is the true impact of the chosen ones, being light amidst darkness and hope for those still searching for the way. Your legacy is also an invitation to others. Seeing the transformation God has worked in you, many people will feel inspired to seek their own journey of faith and self-discovery. You become bridges that link the world to eternity, living witnesses that it is possible to start over, even when everything seems lost. This legacy is built not just with great deeds, but with small acts of kindness, words of encouragement, and the constant presence for those in need. You were chosen to impact, to transform, and to leave a trail of light that will shine for generations. You know the storms will still come, but now you have the peace that surpasses all understanding. Trust in God makes you walk with your head held high, knowing that He goes before you, opening paths where there were none before. You have learned to trust the process, to see every challenge as a chance to demonstrate the faith and fortitude that God has planted in your hearts. This future is a land of new opportunities. You were called to go beyond what you ever imagined, to reach heights that are only possible with God's hand on your life. And even if difficulties arise, you know they are part of a greater plan, a plan being designed by the Creator of the universe. You are living witnesses that God's transformation has no end. He will continue to mold you, guide you, and use you to impact the world. Do not worry about what is to come, for God is already there, preparing the way and taking care of every detail. You are loved, strengthened, and sustained by a force that never fails. You have discovered throughout this journey that true strength does not lie in the absence of challenges, but in the ability to rise after every fall. Being chosen does not mean living a life free of pain or adversities. On the contrary, the greatest battles are often fought within you, in silence. But it is precisely in these struggles that divine strength manifests most powerfully. You have learned that every obstacle, no matter how painful, serves to strengthen your faith, refine your character, and align your steps with God's purpose. You are no longer defined by past mistakes, by the doubts that once consumed you, or by moments of weakness. Each time you felt small, God was preparing the ground for your true strength to emerge. Now, you no longer bend before difficulties. You face them head-on, knowing you are not alone. The true strength of the chosen one is the unshakable faith that, regardless of circumstances, God is present, guiding, sustaining, and renewing hope. Amid your individual journeys, you have also discovered the value of communion with other chosen ones. God did not call you to walk alone, but to be part of a community that shares the same faith and challenges. Unity is a precious gift, and the strength you find in each other is a reflection of God's love. You have learned that supporting and being supported is one of life's greatest gifts. In moments of weakness, the encouraging word of a brother or sister can be the breath of life that renews strength. You become mirrors of each other, reflecting God's presence in your lives, strengthening faith, and walking side by side even when the path is tough. Communion among the chosen ones is a demonstration of the power of unity. Together, you pray, cry, celebrate, and share victories, knowing that God is present in every interaction, in every hug, and every comforting word. It is through this unity that you find the courage to move forward, knowing you are not alone, and that the body of Christ is a constant support. Reaching this point is a constant reminder that the transformation God performs is not passive. It manifests in action. Your faith is not just a feeling, but an active force that moves mountains, transforms environments, and touches hearts. You are not called to be spectators, but protagonists of the story God is writing through you. Each day, you choose to act based on the faith you have. Your decisions, big and small, reflect the commitment to the divine purpose. The way you respond to challenges, treat those around you, and live your daily life are silent but powerful testimonies of the transformation that has occurred in your heart. No journey of the chosen ones would be possible without deep intimacy with God. It is in the quiet of prayer, in moments of worship and meditation on the word that you find direction, comfort, and strength to continue. This intimacy is what keeps the flame burning, what renews hope, and makes each step guided by the Holy Spirit. You know that without this daily connection with God, everything else would lose its meaning. True transformation begins in the heart, and it is in this secret place with God that you are renewed each day. It is where you find answers to doubts, where you shed your tears, and where you experience peace the world cannot offer. This intimacy is the foundation upon which everything is built. When the world around seems to crumble, you know you can retreat into God's presence and find the refuge you need. This is the greatest weapon of the chosen ones. Not physical strength, but profound communion with the Creator. It is this connection that keeps you unshakable, even when everything around seems uncertain. You have come this far after a long and intense journey, a path that began long ago in childhood, when you felt different, carrying a wisdom that many around you could not understand. You remember the days when you looked in the mirror and did not recognize yourself. You felt like ancient souls trapped in young bodies, desperately trying to fit into a world that never seemed to understand you. This feeling of being out of place, carrying an invisible weight that others did not see, has always been a hallmark of your identity. Since you were little, you observed the world with eyes that seemed to have lived far beyond your years. This deep perception, this sense of not belonging, was a reflection of your chosen soul, a soul that God set apart for a special purpose. You always carried a maturity that didn't match your age, and this was evident in the way you spoke, thought, and even in your appearance. There was a sadness in your eyes that told stories of internal struggles, sleepless nights, and silent battles that no one else could see. You were like invisible warriors, fighting wars that others didn't even notice. Over time, these internal struggles left visible marks on your body. You felt older than you were, as if the soul was trying to manifest on the outside. Perhaps when you were younger, you did not understand why you carried a weight that others did not. The tired appearance, the worries that seemed premature, all were part of an identity being shaped by God. For a long time, you fought against this feeling. You tried to adapt, changed your style, the way you spoke, the way you dressed, all to try to fit in. But nothing seemed right. The clothes never seemed to reflect who you really were, and the internal discomfort mirrored the way you presented yourself. You were living a conflict between the soul that cried for freedom and the body that tried to fit the world's expectations. But slowly, the transformation began. You started to accept yourself, recognizing that what made you different was, in fact, your greatest strength. God began to heal the invisible wounds, calm the internal storms, and bring peace to restless hearts. With this peace came a change that was not just spiritual, but also physical. You began to see yourself differently, to appreciate the reflection in the mirror as living proof of overcoming. You rediscovered yourself. What once seemed like an aged appearance now shines with the light of renewal. You started to look younger, not because you tried to hide the scars, but because you embraced them as symbols of a battle won. The identity that once seemed lost is now clearer than ever. You are chosen ones, spiritual warriors who faced internal chaos and emerged stronger on the other side. Today, when you look in the mirror, you no longer see just the battle scars, but the glow of inner strength, purpose, and the presence of God dwelling in you. You are the reflection of divine grace, which took every pain and transformed it into beauty, which used every tear to water the soil of a fertile soul ready to bloom. Now you live with the confidence of those who know who they truly are, loved, chosen, and transformed by God's hand. You are like ancient trees with deep roots, yet blooming with the renewal of spring. While the world sees only the outer bark marked by storms and seasons, your essence remains ever young and vibrant. You do not age like others. On the contrary, each passing day rejuvenates the soul and further illuminates the light you carry within. You are old in wisdom, but young in spirit, carrying a light that defies time and reveals that true youth lies in the eternal connection with God. The world may have seen your scars, but now it sees the glow those scars left behind. Your appearance reflects the journey of a soul that found its true identity in God, an identity that was never about trying to fit in, but about standing out. You were created to be different, and that difference is what makes you a living testimony of God's transformative power. Continue to walk with this certainty, for your identity is a divine gift that no challenge can steal. Have you ever felt like there's something more to this life than meets the eye? Something deeper than the surface-level existence we often settle for? Perhaps you've experienced moments where the world around you seems unreal, as though it's fading away, and what truly matters becomes crystal clear. If so, then you may be standing at the threshold of a profound spiritual awakening. This awakening is not merely a change of mind, it is a soul-shaking transformation. It's the kind of experience that makes you question everything you once believed about the world and yourself. As you embark on this spiritual journey, you may feel as though you're walking alone, alienated from the material world that once seemed so important. The truth is, this feeling of isolation is often one of the first signs that the Holy Spirit is calling you to step into something bigger. This experience, though lonely and confusing at times, is also deeply beautiful and life-altering. It marks the beginning of your initiation into a higher consciousness, a path where the true essence of life begins to reveal itself. Jesus said in Matthew 7:13-14, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." This narrow road, though difficult to walk, is the one that leads to true spiritual freedom. Spiritual awakening is the soul's cry for liberation. It is a divine invitation to break free from the shackles of the material world and reconnect with the truth of who you are. Will you listen to this call, or will you remain in the comfort of the worldly distractions that promise fulfillment but deliver emptiness? Like the Israelites in Exodus 3:7-8, who were called by God to leave the oppression of Egypt, we too are being called to step into a greater purpose. God wants to take us out of the bondage of superficiality and into the freedom of His divine truth. If you've already begun this journey of spiritual awakening, you're no longer blind to the illusions that have shaped this world. The things that once promised happiness, money, fame, power, respect, have lost their grip on you. You've come to realize that true joy does not reside in external achievements, but in the depths of your spirit, in your relationship with the divine. As Solomon said in Ecclesiastes 1:14, "I have seen all the things that are done under the sun. All of them are meaningless, a chasing after the wind." Without spiritual awakening, we might chase after these fleeting things our entire lives, only to find ourselves empty and unfulfilled. In this video, we will delve into 21 signs and symptoms that indicate you are being chosen for a spiritual awakening, a transformation so profound it will change the way you see the world forever. From vivid dreams and uncanny synchronicities to a newfound sense of oneness with the Creator, these signs are the pieces of a divine puzzle. They serve as a map guiding you through the process of awakening. And it's not just emotional or mental. Many of these signs can manifest physically as well. Are you ready to uncover the divine calling within you? Let's take a look at 21 of the most common signs of spiritual awakening and ask yourself, how many of them resonate with you? Chosen ones. 21. Physical and spiritual signs that you've been chosen to awaken. The first sign, you feel like your life is fake. Have you ever looked at your life and thought, this isn't real, this doesn't feel like me? It's as if everything you once held dear, the dreams you pursued, the goals you worked so hard to achieve, the relationships you believed were meaningful, suddenly feels like an illusion, a mirage. The life you've built now seems empty, as though it's been constructed on falsehoods. If this resonates with you, take a moment to reflect. Could it be that you are awakening to the deeper truth of who you are? As you journey through spiritual awakening, it's not uncommon to experience a profound disconnection from the world around you. You no longer recognize the life you've been living. The material achievements you once celebrated now feel insignificant, like hollow shells that cannot nourish your soul. This sense of disillusionment can be deeply unsettling. Relationships that once seemed essential now feel superficial. The things you used to enjoy, the places you used to go, nothing brings you the same joy or meaning. This deep sense of detachment is not a punishment. It's a sign that your spirit is stirring, that the Holy Spirit is gently awakening you to a higher purpose. Remember the words of Jesus in John 14:6, where he says, "I am the way and the truth and the life." As you begin to awaken spiritually, you may find yourself questioning everything you thought was true. Are the choices you've made truly your own, or were they shaped by society's expectations and the pressures of this world? In Romans 12:2, Paul urges us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." The awakening you're experiencing is the beginning of that transformation. A renewal that calls you to detach from the false narratives you've been taught and embrace the truth of your divine calling. Have you ever wondered why, despite achieving so much, you still feel empty inside? Could it be that you've been chasing after the wrong things, the things of this world, rather than the eternal truths that God has planned for you? It's easy to get caught in the pursuit of worldly success, but Jesus warned us in Matthew 6:19-21. "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal." As your spiritual awakening deepens, you may find that the things you once worked for and believed in, status, wealth, and societal approval, no longer hold the same allure. Instead, you begin to yearn for something more meaningful, more eternal. This is the first sign that you are being called to awaken to your higher purpose. You might ask yourself, is there more to life than what I see? Why does everything seem so empty now? These questions are the first whispers of your soul's awakening, calling you toward a more authentic, fulfilling existence. Your life is not fake. It's simply the beginning of the process of revealing the truth of who you really are in Christ. It's time to let go of the false life and step into the fullness of who God created you to be. You long for meaning and purpose. Have you ever felt an overwhelming desire to understand the deeper meaning of your life? Even though you may not yet know exactly what your purpose is, there's an undeniable hunger in your soul to find it. This longing is not something to be dismissed. It is the stirring of your spirit, calling you to search for something more than what the world offers. Perhaps you've begun to delve into spiritual, philosophical, or even scientific literature, hoping to discover clues that will guide you to the truth of your existence. Have you wondered why the world's answers seem insufficient? Why no book, no teacher, no worldly success has filled that aching emptiness inside you? This desire for meaning is not random. It's the divine calling within you, prompting you to awaken to a higher purpose. The Bible teaches us in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." God has a unique and divine purpose for your life, and this longing to understand that purpose is not a coincidence. It's a part of His design, a signal that you are beginning to move toward the truth of who you are and why you are here. As you seek answers, you may feel frustrated at times, but take heart. Your quest for purpose is the first step in discovering the fullness of God's plan for you. Perhaps you've asked yourself, why am I here? What is the point of all this? These questions are not signs of weakness. They are the cries of the soul, the spiritual compass pointing you toward a greater understanding. In 1 Corinthians 2:9, the Apostle Paul reminds us, "But as it is written, what no eye has seen, nor ear heard, nor the heart of man imagined, what God has prepared for those who love Him." Your search for meaning will ultimately lead you to an encounter with God's plan for you, a plan that exceeds anything you could have ever imagined. You start asking deep questions. As your spiritual awakening progresses, you may begin to ask profound questions that stir your soul to its very core. Questions like, who am I? What is the purpose of life? What happens after we die? And why do people suffer? These questions, though unsettling, are part of your spiritual growth. They mark the expansion of your consciousness, a process that can be both confusing and deeply transformative. Have you felt the weight of these questions on your heart, wondering why the world doesn't provide satisfying answers? Could it be that God is calling you to look beyond the surface and search for eternal truths? These questions are not a sign of weakness or doubt. Rather, they signify a deepening of your understanding. As you search for answers, you may find yourself turning inward, seeking clarity in moments of introspection or prayer. Psalms 42:1-2 offers insight into this longing. As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, my God. My soul thirsts for God, for the living God. Just as the deer longs for water to survive, your soul longs for the truth that only God can provide. This thirst for knowledge, for purpose, for meaning, is a divine hunger that will ultimately draw you closer to the Creator. Though this process can be lonely and disorienting, remember that it is also a sign of spiritual growth. The questions you wrestle with are the very ones that will lead you to a deeper understanding of yourself and your connection to the divine. Jesus himself asked questions to provoke reflection, like when he asked Peter in Matthew 16:15, "But what about you?" He wanted Peter, and he wants us, to reflect deeply on our relationship with him and the truth of his identity. In the same way, these questions you ask are designed to help you discover not only who you are, but who God is in your life. The answers may not come immediately, but trust that they are being revealed in God's perfect timing. You realize much of what you've been taught is a lie. As your spiritual awakening unfolds, one of the most striking revelations you may experience is the realization that much of what you've been taught about life, success, happiness, and even your own worth was not the truth. Have you ever stopped and wondered, how much of what I believe is actually mine, and how much of it was handed down to me by others or shaped by society? As you begin to grow in self-awareness, you start to see that many of your beliefs, values, and even your emotions are not truly your own. They are often inherited from your upbringing, your culture, or the expectations of those around you. The Bible teaches us in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This verse speaks directly to the process you are going through, breaking free from the lies and limitations of the world. You may begin to challenge the very foundations of your thoughts and beliefs, questioning what you have been told about success, identity, and purpose. You might feel uncomfortable, even disoriented, but this is a sign that you are awakening to a deeper truth. What if the truths you've been taught were merely illusions, designed to keep you distracted from the divine calling on your life? Ask yourself, what if your true purpose is not to follow the path laid out by others, but to forge your own, guided by the Spirit? What if the life you've been living isn't the one you were truly meant for? This moment of realization can be unsettling, but it is also a sign that you are stepping into the fullness of God's plan for you, and it's just the beginning of your spiritual awakening. You feel completely lost and alone. In this awakening, you may find yourself feeling utterly lost, as if the ground beneath you has shifted. Nothing in your life makes sense anymore. Your old world, the relationships, the routines, the identities you once clung to, now seems distant and irrelevant. You might feel like a wanderer, a lone wolf, isolated from everyone around you. Those who were once close to you, like friends, family, and colleagues, now seem like strangers. The connections you thought were so important may feel shallow, and you might struggle to relate to people in the same way you once did. This sense of loneliness and confusion is part of the process of spiritual growth. It's a necessary period of self-discovery, a time when you are being stripped of everything that once defined you, so that you can be reborn into the person God has truly called you to be. As Jesus said in Matthew 11:28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." In this time of isolation, remember that Jesus is calling you to himself. The loneliness you feel is not a curse, but a moment of refinement where God is shaping you into something greater. It's in these moments that you find your true identity, not in the approval of others, but in the love and purpose of the Creator. You see through society's illusions. As your awakening deepens, you begin to see the world in a new light. The things that once held value, material possessions, status, power, and wealth, lose their appeal. Have you ever thought, what is all this for? Why does it all feel so meaningless? The more you awaken, the more you recognize that the pursuit of material success and societal approval is a never-ending cycle that offers no lasting peace. You may begin to feel like a cog in society's vast, impersonal machine, caught in a system that only cares about profit, not people. This realization often leads to a desire for a simpler, more authentic life, one that aligns with your true values. You may begin seeking out sustainable alternatives, choosing a life that has less of an environmental impact, or pursuing a lifestyle that is more in harmony with nature. This is a powerful shift in perspective, and it echoes the teachings of Jesus, who reminded us in Luke 12:15, "Watch out, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions." As you see through the illusions of society, you begin to seek out deeper meaning, finding fulfillment not in things, but in a life that honors God and serves others. Ask yourself, what if the key to true happiness isn't in accumulating more, but in living simply, generously, and authentically? What if the world's values are leading us astray, and true success is found in humility, service, and purpose? You become aware of society's unhappiness. Along with your awakening comes a heightened awareness of the suffering around you. You begin to see the unhappiness that pervades society, the loneliness, the anxiety, the discontentment that so many people experience. You may feel compelled to act, to do something to alleviate the suffering you witness. This awareness can be overwhelming. Have you ever felt like the weight of the world's pain is too much to bear, or like you can't ignore the cries of those who are struggling? This growing empathy can lead you to a deep sense of responsibility. You may be drawn to activism, or find yourself seeking out ways to help improve the human condition. It's important to remember that this compassion is not just a human response. It is the heart of God moving through you. In Matthew 9:36, we are told that when Jesus saw the crowds, he had compassion on them because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. As you awaken spiritually, you begin to see the world through the eyes of compassion, and you are compelled to make a difference. The suffering of others becomes your burden, and you feel God calling you to act in His name. Could it be that your awakening is not just for your own growth, but so you can help bring healing to the world around you? How will you respond to the pain you now see more clearly? You want to purge your life. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the weight of your past, the things that no longer serve you, or the people who drain your energy? It's like you've carried a heavy burden for far too long, and suddenly you feel the need to cleanse and simplify your life. This yearning is not just a passing feeling, it's the soul's call for purification. Perhaps you're beginning to let go of relationships that are toxic, those connections that have held you back or caused you pain. Perhaps you're reevaluating your habits, those that once seemed harmless but now feel like chains. Maybe you're considering a change in your career, or even letting go of material possessions that you've worked so hard to acquire. Why does this happen? As you step into your spiritual awakening, you realize that these things no longer align with who you are becoming. The old patterns, the old attachments, they must be released. In the book of Hebrews 12:1, it is written, "Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." This is a call to purge our lives from what weighs us down and prevents us from moving forward. But can you imagine how it feels to step into that freedom? What emotions rise up when you think of the things you need to release in order to grow? Letting go is not always easy, but it is necessary for the next chapter in your spiritual journey. You begin to experience deep empathy and compassion. As you cleanse your life, you may begin to notice a profound shift within your heart. The pain and suffering of others suddenly become more visible to you. You feel deeply for those around you, whether they are struggling with loss, hardship, or injustice. Your heart aches for the world in a way it never has before. This awakening of empathy can be overwhelming. Have you felt that before? The raw emotion of seeing someone in pain, even when you don't know them personally, can stop you in your tracks. You begin to understand on a deeper level that we are all connected. You can no longer ignore the suffering around you because it touches you deeply. In 1 John 3:17, the Bible asks, If anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? This is not just about feeling pity, it's about feeling their pain as your own and responding with compassion. It's a call to action. Do you feel the urgency to help, to make a difference? This transformation is not without its challenges, but it also offers a deeper connection with others, one that transcends surface-level interactions and moves into a realm of true, heartfelt connection. You crave solitude. Perhaps you've noticed a shift in your social habits, the bustling crowds, the noise, the constant activity. It no longer appeals to you. The world around you seems so loud, and you long for moments of silence and solitude. Time alone becomes a treasure, a time to reflect, to connect with your inner self, to listen to the whispers of your soul. Where once you thrived in social settings, you now find peace in the stillness. Have you ever had that moment where everything around you goes quiet, and for the first time in a long while, you hear your own thoughts clearly? It's as if the noise of the world has faded, and in that silence you find clarity. Jesus himself often withdrew from the crowds to be alone, to pray and find strength. In Mark 1:35, it says, "Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house, and went off to a solitary place where he prayed." Even he knew the importance of solitude in nurturing spiritual growth. And what does it reveal about you when you find yourself craving time alone? Perhaps it is in these moments of solitude that you rediscover your true self, the voice that has always been there but has been drowned out by the distractions of the world. Conversations seem superficial. Have you ever felt that in the midst of conversation, you're just skimming the surface of a much deeper truth? Small talk starts to feel meaningless, and you long for discussions that explore the essence of life, purpose, and spirit. As your awareness deepens, you realize that many around you are still caught up in the trivialities of everyday life. You may try to engage in deeper conversations, only to find that others shy away or are uncomfortable with the vulnerability required. It's in these moments that you feel the distance between yourself and the people you once connected with. You start seeking out those who can meet you at the level of authenticity and depth that you now crave. Proverbs 27:17 says, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." It is in these genuine, meaningful conversations that you find growth. But how do you find people who speak the same language of the soul? How can you bridge the gap between yourself and those who don't understand the depth of your transformation? These are questions that arise when your search for authenticity begins to shape every part of your life. You want to quit your job. Have you ever felt like the work you've dedicated so many years to has suddenly lost its meaning? No matter how hard you work or how much you've invested, something just doesn't feel right. The job you once loved now feels empty and unfulfilling, and despite the stability it offers, your heart yearns for something deeper, something that truly reflects your values and passions. This inner conflict, where the reality of your job clashes with the desires of your soul, can create a powerful desire to change your career path entirely. You might feel an overwhelming urge to walk away from the security of your current job and pursue something that truly resonates with who you are becoming. In the book of Ecclesiastes, King Solomon reflects on the emptiness of worldly pursuits. "I have seen all the things that are done under the sun. All of them are meaningless, a chasing after the wind." Ecclesiastes 1:14. Is this how you feel about your job? Like you're chasing something that, in the end, offers no true fulfillment? This is often a sign of spiritual awakening, where the external world loses its appeal and a deeper desire for purpose and alignment with your true self takes precedence. Have you asked yourself, what is my purpose? What work will bring me fulfillment? The answer is often more simple than we realize, but it requires a willingness to let go of the old and embrace the new. You thirst for authenticity and truth. There comes a point when you can no longer tolerate the facade. For so long, you've worn masks, pretending to be someone you're not, performing roles for the sake of others' expectations. But now, as the layers of your former identity peel away, you feel an intense thirst for authenticity. You want to be true to yourself, to shed the pretensions, and to stop pretending. This longing for authenticity is not just about showing the world who you are. It's about being honest with yourself. The effort it takes to maintain falsehoods exhausts you. You realize that the only way to live a life of peace is to live a life of truth. Jesus spoke about this in Matthew 23:27, where he condemned the Pharisees for their hypocrisy. "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean." Does this resonate with you? How much of your life has been about presenting a version of yourself to the world that isn't truly you? As you embrace authenticity, you begin to attract the people and opportunities that align with the real you. And this commitment to living truthfully can breathe new life into every area of your life. Your relationships, your career, and even your own inner peace. You become aware of your old negative habits. As you grow in awareness, it's almost impossible to ignore the negative habits and destructive patterns that have kept you stuck in unhealthy cycles. You may suddenly see your shortcomings clearly, the ways you sabotage your own success, the habits that drag you down emotionally or physically. It's not easy to face this truth, but it's a necessary step on the path to spiritual growth. There may be feelings of shame or regret as you reflect on the years spent in these patterns. But with this awareness comes the desire to change, to wipe the slate clean and create new, healthier habits. Proverbs 4:23 says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This is a powerful reminder that the habits we form and the decisions we make are deeply connected to our inner state. Are the choices you're making helping you or hindering you? This realization can spark a radical shift, allowing you to replace old, unhealthy behaviors with practices that nurture your well-being, your spirit, and your growth. The journey toward healing begins with awareness and the courage to transform. You feel anxiety and depression. Spiritual awakening is not always a peaceful experience. Sometimes it feels like your entire world is crumbling. Anxiety and depression can take root, manifesting as existential dread or a sense of deep inner instability. The awakening process is jarring, like stepping into a new world where everything familiar feels uncertain. You might question your purpose, your identity, and your place in the world. The intensity of these feelings can be overwhelming, and it's not uncommon for people going through this to be misdiagnosed with mental illnesses, as their emotional turmoil often appears similar to that of depression or anxiety disorders. But could this anxiety be a call to something greater? The Apostle Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians 12:10, "That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong." Perhaps the anxiety you feel is not a sign of failure, but a sign of growth, a necessary purging of the old self to make way for the new. It's a challenging season, but it can lead to greater emotional and spiritual resilience. Have you considered that this period of discomfort may be God's way of shaping you, preparing you for a deeper connection with Him and a higher purpose. It's through these moments of inner chaos that we often experience our greatest breakthroughs. You become more sensitive. As you embark on this journey of awakening, you may find yourself becoming increasingly sensitive to the energy of those around you. The emotions and pains of your loved ones seem to penetrate you more deeply than before, and the struggles of the world weigh heavier on your heart. At the same time, you may begin to feel a profound connection with nature, its beauty, its peace, and its authenticity. There's a shift, a recalibration of sorts, that makes the human-made world feel distant and unnatural. You no longer feel at ease in busy urban environments filled with noise and distraction. Instead, your soul seeks solace in the serene embrace of the natural world. Whether it's the sight of a towering mountain, the sound of waves crashing on the shore, or the quiet rustling of leaves in a forest, you begin to find a deeper sense of belonging and peace in nature. In the Bible, God speaks of His creation with reverence. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it, the world and all who live in it. Psalm 24:1. Have you ever stopped to think about the sacredness of the earth around you? Perhaps this growing sensitivity is a divine reminder to reconnect with the creation He has entrusted to us. You begin to feel more at home in the world He created, where everything has its place, its purpose, and its beauty. You may feel called to seek out environments that offer peace and harmony, not only for your own healing, but also to protect and preserve the natural world. Could this be the calling to return to the simplicity and purity that God intended for us? You want to make the world a better place. As your awareness deepens, you realize that your life holds more purpose than just personal growth. There's a profound desire to contribute to the world around you, to make a meaningful impact on those who are suffering, to heal the brokenness you see in others. This desire to make the world a better place often manifests in active involvement, whether through volunteering, supporting causes, or engaging in activism. It's not just about a fleeting desire to change the world. It's a deep, unwavering commitment to bring healing and light to the darkness. This call to serve others aligns with a biblical principle found in Matthew 25:40, where Jesus tells His followers, "Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Have you ever wondered what it means to serve the least among us? What if, in helping others, you are in fact drawing closer to God? As you look out into the world, you start to see more than just suffering. You see opportunities to help, to uplift, to love. This drive to create positive change can become a guiding force in your life, steering you toward deeper service, compassion, and action. Will you answer that call to make a lasting impact? You deeply desire to understand who you are. In the midst of this awakening, a deep desire to understand your true self emerges. You begin to ask yourself some of life's most profound questions. Who am I? Why was I born? What is my purpose on this earth? These aren't questions to be answered lightly. They are the questions that have been asked by prophets, sages, and philosophers for centuries. The search for your true identity becomes an all-consuming quest, one that leads you to books, spiritual teachings, and practices that open your mind and heart. In the Bible, we are reminded of God's purpose for our lives in Jeremiah 29:11. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." This verse speaks directly to the human longing for purpose. Have you ever wondered, what is the unique plan that God has for my life? The more you explore, the more you begin to see that your journey is not random or accidental, but part of a divine plan. As you read spiritual texts and reflect on your experiences, the pieces of the puzzle start to fall into place, revealing your true purpose. This process of self-discovery often leads to profound personal transformation as you align your life with your deeper values and beliefs. Your intuition is sharpened. As your connection with your inner self strengthens, you begin to notice your intuition becoming more acute. What was once a faint whisper in your heart now becomes a clear, guiding voice. You begin to trust the subtle messages that come through dreams, physical sensations, and even a sudden knowing that emerges out of nowhere. This heightened awareness of the inner workings of your mind and spirit allows you to make decisions with greater clarity and confidence. Psalm 23:1-3 offers a beautiful picture of this spiritual guidance. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. In these words, we see a clear picture of divine guidance, God leading us to stillness, to peace, and to a place of rest. Is it possible that your intuition is God's voice speaking to you in a language only your heart can understand? As you learn to listen more closely to this inner voice, you may begin to discover hidden gifts, talents, and abilities that were always there, waiting for you to recognize them. Trusting your intuition opens up new paths for personal growth, creativity, and spiritual insight. Could the whispers of your soul be leading you towards something greater than you ever imagined? More synchronicity. As you continue on your journey of awakening, you begin to notice more synchronicities and coincidences in your life. These moments, where everything seems to fall into place just when you need it, feel like divine signs that guide you on your path. Perhaps you encounter someone who shares your exact thoughts, or meet someone whose experiences mirror your own. These encounters are not mere chance. They are signs that the universe is aligning to help you move forward on your spiritual journey. Romans 8:28 reminds us that we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Could it be that the events in your life are not random, but divinely orchestrated to lead you toward your true purpose? The more you pay attention to these moments of synchronicity, the more you'll see that life is speaking to you, confirming that you are on the right path. Have you considered that these coincidences might be God's way of saying, you are where you are meant to be? You see that we are all one. As your awakening process deepens, so does your understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. You begin to see that you are not separate from the people, animals, or the very earth beneath your feet. The divisions that once seemed so real, the distinctions between races, religions, and nations, begin to fade, replaced by a profound sense of unity. You start to understand that we are all part of the same divine source, and our individual lives are expressions of the same consciousness, the same life force. Jesus prayed in John 17:21, that all of them may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I am in you. This unity that Jesus speaks of is not just a spiritual concept. It's a reality that can be experienced in the depths of your being. As you grow in this understanding, peace fills your heart, and you feel a deep sense of connection with all of creation. The idea that we are all one is not just an intellectual concept, but a truth that permeates every fiber of your being. Have you felt this oneness? Could this understanding be the key to living a life filled with love, peace, and compassion for all of creation? Finally, as we explore the physical symptoms of spiritual awakening, we notice they vary significantly from person to person. A common symptom is the amplification of the senses, where sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell intensify. leading some to discover that they are highly sensitive people, HSP. In addition, many begin to notice food intolerances that previously seemed non-existent, such as allergies to wheat, nuts, legumes, soy, and spices. Changes in sleep patterns are also frequent, ranging from sleeping more to experiencing fragmented sleep, which can result in insomnia. These changes in sleep are often accompanied by more vivid, strange, or intense dreams. Some people experience dizziness or sensations of vertigo, which can be attributed to a lack of grounding during the day. Changes in body weight are also common, with some gaining or losing significant amounts without apparent reason. This can be linked to shifts in eating habits, as previously pleasurable foods may no longer appeal, while new foods are explored. Energy fluctuations are another characteristic, with many feeling less energized than before. Additionally, changes in sexual desire, both upwards and downwards, can occur. A decrease in immune function, resulting in more frequent illnesses, is also reported by those undergoing spiritual awakening. Although challenging, these physical symptoms are an integral part of the process of spiritual transformation. It is unusual to experience all these physical spiritual awakening symptoms at once. One or two is more likely. If you have noticed a rapid change in your health during this period, it may be due to the drastic change in your mind-body-soul connection. If no logical, everyday reason can be found, such as previous illness, family stress, injury, or relationship breakdown, don't rule out a more metaphysical explanation. So, my friends, if you are currently experiencing a spiritual awakening, know that it is your soul's call for growth, maturity, and expansion on both human and spiritual levels. This journey is about rediscovering your true nature and reconnecting with spirit. Remember, staying the same leads to stagnation. Change, even when difficult, is a vital and positive force. Through this process, you will feel more connected to everything around you, and you will discover your true home, always found in the present moment. Thank you for being part of this journey. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support allows me to continue sharing these insights and wisdom. May your life be filled with abundance, peace, and many blessings today and always.